let's jump into the testing. So here we are. I've played until we got to the base camp kind of town area, and it is, as I feared, a CPU bottleneck on weaker CPUs. You can see that we're hovering in the 30 to 40 FPS range, and the frame time graph is going absolutely nuts. But if you look up here at the GPU usage, you can see the GPUs only hanging out around 70-something% range, indicating the GPU's just waiting. The GPU could go faster. But why is it not going faster? I'm showing all of my CPU cores, and you can see that all of them are pegged in the like 80 to 90% range a lot of the time. Now, when you're looking into CPU bottlenecks, if any core is near 100%, everything else in the game has to wait for that. And in this case, it's not even just one core. It is trying to use all the 6 cores and 6 threads that the i5-9600K has here, but it's not able to go any faster than what these are able to deliver. So you're absolutely going to be CPU bottlenecked. And to be clear, we're on the absolute lowest settings. And by absolute going to be CPU bottlenecked, I mean if you're on kind of a older CPU, right? This is a mid-range i5 from, you know, what was the 9600K, like 6 years ago or so, something like that. So anyway, if we go ahead and look at the types of graphics settings that we're that we're doing here, I went to the lowest preset. So we are on DLSS Ultra Performance, which means we're coming from like below 540p. I think if I remember right on the resolution scaling on this is lower than a 50% per axis scaling to try to output to 1080p. On the absolute lowest graphics settings here, it's just honestly, it looks very bad at these settings, and despite looking terrible, we are not getting very good performance. Like I said, in this little town environment, we're hanging out in the 30 FPS range. Now, the one silver lining of being CPU bottlenecked, which is what we're doing here, is that being at the lowest possible graphic settings actually isn't really helping us because we're CPU bottlenecked and most graphic settings affect the GPU. So the one thing I would say here is I could probably get off of this DLSS Ultra Performance. And by the way, the game auto-selected this for me. So if you're starting up this game and you feel like it looks really blurry, you might want to check if FSR or DLSS is turned on onto a ridiculously aggressive setting. And you could try a less aggressive setting like quality, for example, which is what I'm going to try here. This would be going from 720p to 1080p, which is actually what the game's system requirements were based on. And if I do that, notice that our performance is pretty much the same, but the GPU utilization is higher now, a little bit higher. But again, the overall performance is about the same, but the game looks better now because it's rendering at a higher internal rendering resolution. So in other words, what do you do when you're CPU bottlenecked? You actually turn up graphics settings until both the GPU and the CPU are more equally utilized because your GPU is waiting around anyway. Unfortunately, how do you get the CPU to perform better? You hope the game developers optimize this game before February, better for the CPU. Anyway, we could also maybe even try turning off upscaling entirely. Would be another option, and maybe just switch to TAA. You could also have tried DLAA, and this again will put more burden on the GPU. And now we can see that my GPU is in the kind of 90% utilization range, and the CPU is also around that, 90 to 100% utilization range. So what we're seeing here is slightly lower overall frame rates because there's more of a GPU limit happening. But the game, again, is looking better because we're at least rendering at a native 1080p, although the overall graphic settings are very low. So what I'm going to overall say here is it seems like on a weaker CPU like the i5-9600K, you're absolutely going to be reaching CPU limits in the 30 to 40 FPS range, at least in areas with a lot of NPCs like we're getting here. In which case, try to find balanced graphics settings that get your GPU up to near full utilization. Otherwise, you're wasting its performance. In other words, there's not anything you can really do frame rate-wise to push through that bottleneck, but you could at least try to make it look as good as you can at that frame rate. So that's what we could do here. Now, another option is we could switch to FSR 3 in order to enable frame generation. Frame generation doesn't rely on the CPU to hit higher frame rates. So this will boost frame rates higher than we were seeing before. Also, this is now aggressively upscaled again, so you can see it looks extremely fizzly and blurry looking again. But like I said, this is now giving us a higher output frame rate. Now, the upscaling amount is absolutely insane here. It looks really, really blurry on ultra performance there. Maybe we'll go down to quality. So here we're at a 720p internal rendering resolution, and then using frame generation to try to double it, which isn't reliant on the CPU because the game's actually not responsive to those frames. It's just the game kind of taking 2 frames you had and guessing what happened in between on your GPU. This does not make the game more responsive, but it can make the game look smoother in its rendering. So if we do that, yes, we are able to now hit near 60 FPS. We're still CPU bottlenecked if you look at the CPU usage and GPU usage here, but the overall frame rates are higher. So anyway, if you're CPU bottlenecked and want a higher frame rate, frame generation can get you more output frames, but again, it's not making the game more responsive. It might smooth things out in motion on your display though. All right, I think we've seen what happens on a low spec system, especially on the GPU, so I think it's time to pop in something close to the recommended specs. Again, I'm going to be using a Ryzen 5 5600X based CPU, so similar to this 12400 from Intel, but kind of from AMD, and a bit above what they're recommending for the AMD CPU. And again, I'll be using the 6700 XT. All right, let me pop in that system and edit the video together to let you know what happened. And what do you know, we are once again CPU limited. It is as I feared from the system requirements list. The fact that they were recommending frame generation to try to get to 60 FPS, even on a fairly powerful GPU like the 6700 XT, was the giveaway. We are hanging out around 40 frames per second right now, but the GPU is sitting at 60%-ish utilization. And the 6-core 12-thread CPU, you can absolutely see that some cores, even though it's not all of them, are hanging up in that upper 80s, 90-something% range, indicating that we are CPU bottlenecked. The GPU is waiting on the CPU, and that is limiting our overall frame rate. You can see that we are dipping into the 40s a lot in this kind of town area. And yeah, it's definitely a CPU limit. Now, as far as what graphic settings I'm using, it's based on the recommended system requirements, which is, this is 1080p medium settings, upscaled from 720p. So this is FSR quality. However, I did not yet enable the frame generation that they were indicating to use in the system requirements list. So this is what we look at here. I've just chose the medium preset, but then disabled upscaling. Well, I turned upscaling to quality. It had defaulted to ultra performance. Now, since we're CPU limited, our GPU has enough headroom that I think it might make sense to switch that to native AA. So rather than trying to upscale from a lower internal rendering resolution, we could render at a native 1080p resolution and get better image quality. You can see that the GPU is now up closer to the 80 to 90% utilization, and our overall frame rates are similar to what we were getting before. So again, things look a little bit better, and we're still getting about the same performance. Again, that's kind of trying to make the best of a CPU bottleneck situation. And then again, the other thing you can do to make the best of a CPU bottleneck situation is to kick on frame generation to get the more output FPS to your monitor, even if the game is not becoming more responsive. In that case, you can see that we are now able to output, looks like we're up into the 90 FPS range of motion fluidity, although still dipping into the 70s and the 80s. But again, my mouse movements now, I can tell they feel a little bit floaty. That's kind of the compromise of using frame generation, especially from a lower input frame rate. Now, if you're playing on a controller, you might not feel it as much because it's less of a one-to-one movement than a mouse movement. But that's kind of the downside to frame generation. Again, it can introduce a little bit of latency as it delays showing you a frame that was ready in order to interpolate what's happening between two frames and then output the frame that's kind of in between, if that makes sense. Now, the other thing I could say here is that this also means we could probably get away with a higher resolution rather than just 1080p as another way to take advantage of more GPU headroom, because increasing the resolution shouldn't really be messing with the CPU limited situation, if that makes sense. So that's the kind of other silver lining here. But yeah, it looks like definitely not able to hit 60 FPS even on a Ryzen 5 5600X CPU, at least in this town area, which is a bit rough. Now let's go ahead and take a look at how does an absolute monster fastest gaming CPU you can put, sorry, not just CPU, but fastest gaming system you can put together try to handle this game. I'll go pop in that system and we'll see what happens. Okay, we now have the absolute maximum gaming PC that you can build. This is a 7800X 3D and an RTX 4090. This is 4K resolution now instead of 1080p like our last couple of tests. And I've completely maxed out the graphic settings. This is Ultra, and we are at not just native 4K rendering resolution, but using DLAA as a high-quality anti-aliasing, which, again, actually has more demand than just using, like, TAA. Anyway, the point is, it looks like at a native 4K absolutely maxed out settings, we can hit around 60 FPS with occasional small dips. Also, the GPU usage, you can see, is around 97, 98%, occasionally dipping down around 95, 96%, indicating that the GPU may be occasionally waiting for either, you know, things to be streaming in or memory or the CPU, but it's not much. This is mostly a GPU-limited set of settings that we've indicated here. Now, if you're like, that hardware can't go beyond 60 FPS, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying this is it absolutely maxed out at 4K resolution natively. I'll say the game certainly looks a lot better maxed out at 4K than it did at those lower settings. One thing I'll say is on those lower settings, I really didn't think the game even looked that great, despite the pretty significant performance demands. I'm still not going to say that I think this is like the most glorious looking game I've ever seen, but it certainly looks a lot better at its maxed out settings and high resolutions than it did at the lower settings. But let's go ahead and see what if I'm on this high-end hardware, so I don't want to play at 60 FPS. I would like higher frame rates. The first thing I'm going to look at is what if we use some rendering resolution scaling. I'm actually curious if we go all the way down to performance mode upscaling, which at 4K output resolution is a 1080p internal rendering resolution, but then has the DLSS algorithm has some performance cost as it then upscales to a 4K image. The point is this should shift, lighten the burden on the GPU quite a bit, and we can start to see if we run into CPU limited issues on even a 7800X 3D. So let's go ahead and try this out. I'm going to set some frame rate average counters here. Looks like at DLSS performance, but otherwise maxed out ultra settings, and running around the town area, the GPU is bouncing between the 80 and 90% range, indicating that there's at least some GPU waiting for the rest of the system, indicating that there could be some CPU bottleneck or memory bottleneck or streaming from whatever, bottleneck. Now, if we look at the CPU cores, you can see that the overall CPU is only 50-something% utilized. But if you look at the individual cores, you'll often see an 80-something% core bouncing around. And what that usually indicates is that the primary game thread is fairly close to being maxed out. And again, the game can't run faster than that primary game thread, and which core that game thread is currently sitting on can change in the sampling interval that this is reporting, which would show why it might not report 100% on any particular core, even if the game is actually CPU limited and running at about 100% on one particular core. In other words, I think we're seeing about the limit of the 7800X 3D here. It might be able to go a bit faster, but we're definitely kind of reaching the peak of the CPU performance here, I think, underlying. Now, if I stop running around, the overall frame rate does seem to go up a bit. The GPU utilization maybe goes up a bit. But if I turn, like new things are revealed, the GPU usage, again, drops a little bit as I think it waits on kind of the rest of the system to kind of process that. Anyway, so it looks like a 7800X 3D can maintain over 60 FPS, and the 1% lows are looking like about 54, 55-ish running around this town area. So I don't know if the full game will have an area that is more CPU demanding than this town area. It's certainly possible, but it seems like at least in the how far I've made it in the beta, this seemed to be one of the more CPU demanding areas. All right, so I think that kind of shows the limits of what this system can do. You're going to get CPU limited even on high-end CPUs at certainly over 60 FPS, but it just doesn't look like this game is going to push high frame rates without frame generation, even on really heavy-duty CPUs. That's the one other thing we could do here again, though, is kick on frame generation, and because this CPU is able to run well over 60 FPS without frame generation, that means that the overall kind of floaty feeling on the mouse is nowhere near as bad as when you're coming from a lower resolution. Sorry, not lower, a lower frame rate, because the actual frame rate is still fairly high. You can see that now our frame rates are around 120 FPS or so. But remember that the actual game is only running at about half of that, and then the frame generation is just kind of filling in the gaps in the output to the monitor. But anyway, that's what I've got for you guys today. Do keep in mind when judging the game that this is not the final release of the game. That comes in February. So I'm hoping that this beta test allows the developers to get a lot of data for how it's running on various systems, consoles, and PC, and then hopefully be able to implement some optimizations, because I would say that especially the CPU bottlenecking is particularly concerning here. And the other thing that concerns me is that even on some GPUs, it is still fairly heavy, and when you turn down the graphic settings and the internal rendering resolution a lot, the game doesn't really seem to scale very gracefully from what it looks like, in my opinion. I think on the lower settings, the game can look honestly quite bad, but still not perform particularly well. While it looks a lot nicer on these max settings, you can see that you need a pretty high-end system to handle that. All right, guys, hopefully you guys found the video useful and or interesting. Always feel free to do the like and subscribe thing, or even click the join button to financially support what I'm doing here, along with some little benefits. And I hope all of you have an excellent day.
Hello and welcome back to Rage Gaming and more Monster Hunter Wilds beta. And yes, with the open beta opening up, everyone is now jumping in. For myself though, I played it in an early session back at Gamescom, and of course I've also been playing non-stop through the PS5 Plus beta. And with that in mind, I wanted to highlight everything I'd suggest to someone playing for the first time to basically get the most out of the beta while we only have these 3 days to play. So with that explained, let's just get right into it. Firstly, I'd actually recommend the first thing you do when you jump in is go to the settings menu. You'll find that there's actually multiple tabs on each of these, so there's a lot more than first might meet the eye. Some of the settings I would recommend to you guys though to change from their beginning options is immediately this. The Sacred Auto Explore. Basically, what can happen when your Sacred is just chilling out, like you're sat on it, you're not doing anything, you're looking at the map. It can go into something, as it calls it, Auto Explore mode when no waypoint's actually been set. So it'll just go to nearby stuff, and it's pretty invasive. I don't like it. When I tell my Sacred to stop moving, I want it to just chill out. And so by having this setting off, it stays still and doesn't go into an auto explore mode. Another one I'd strongly recommend for every game that exists ever is motion blur off. Maybe it's just me, but personally, I always find this just makes the games look worse. And so it's one of the first things to turn off in every game I ever play. Another thing to turn off if you yourself are playing on a PlayStation 5 still in the open beta, I'd recommend you turn off built-in controller speaker. It just plays different sounds from the controller's speaker, like when you're picking up items or otherwise, and I find it's just a bit invasive, so I recommend that as well. And then on the first page of controls, I would 100% disable Auto Sheath. Auto Sheath is on by default in all of the Monster Hunter games recently, and it basically just means when you're not using your weapon for a few seconds or so, it puts the weapons away. This can be really annoying for a variety of reasons, especially when you're testing the weapons against nothing in the open, so I'd strongly recommend you turn this off. But those for me are the ones I always do. Now, as you go into this, you're going to find that there's going to be a character creator menu, a story mission, and then the actual beta itself, which is technically a quest to hunt down a Alpha Doshiguma, but after you defeat that, it's not like it ends. You're completely freeform at that point. So don't overly worry about killing that specific quest, finishing that mission. For the story mission though, it's actually quite useful. That's because at the first camp, when you sort of get going after the cinematic moments, there is a training barrel right there, which is great for messing around with a variety of weapons. Your handler will allow you to change to any of the 14 weapons right there, and so it's an immediate, still won't fight back dummy that we don't have access to otherwise, like the training room or whatever that's going to be in this game. It's not here in this beta. But if you're past that barrel point and you're in your free roam version of the map, then my recommended training barrel in this full beta is the Chatacabra. He's ultimately a very low level monster even in the harder versions, and just a great forgiving target. It's going to be good for practicing, say, your new offset attacks with their weird timings, or generating wounds and learning to break those with your new focus mode attacks. His tongue is a good example as a weak point that's only exposed during specific times for practice during that kind of thing. So I just think he's a fantastic learn the game target, so I'd recommend that. But obviously for the beta, do hunt down all of the monsters as you're seeing me doing. We obviously have Chatacabra, but then we have Balahara as more difficult than that, then Doshiguma as more difficult than that, and at the top of the pack, obviously the apex predator of this locale, it's Ray Dow. But did you know there's different star levels to each monster, showing that some are harder than others? For example, we have a Balahara at a strength level of 2 stars, and then we have a Balahara pretty much adjacent to it, same thing, except it's 3 stars. That is its strength level, so ultimately how dangerous it is in terms of damage and how much health it's going to have. So you can have a 2-star Doshiguma and a 3-star Balahara. Obviously, the Doshiguma is going to be generally considered a harder monster, but these star levels do scale the difficulty in relevant ways. So just be aware of that. But yeah, Ray Dow, he's always 5 stars above the rest. Now, how do you actually find Ray Dow and defeat him? Well, the idea is that you're going to have a Ray Dow during your hunt with that Doshiguma, or in general. He shows up during the time of inclemency in this region, which is called the Sandtide. He will specifically show up near Area 13 as the Sandtide begins, but you might be, I don't know, stuck in the time of plenty, which means you've got to wait a while before he's going to show up, and you want to hunt him now. There is indeed an optional quest for him that you can unlock. All you need to do is defeat one Ray Dow. So join a lobby with all the other people and see what quests that they've listed. Very likely there'll be some Ray Dow, and ideally you'll join one that's mid-hunt towards its end, that's got a full group already, so that you're able to have an easier time defeating Ray Dow and joining late so it's done pretty quick too. By defeating Ray Dow, you will get the optional quest for Ray Dow, which means now you've got that unlocked, you can hunt Raydal on your own or in a group if you want to, whenever you want, because you've unlocked the optional quest. As another thing then, I just want to tell you to try all the weapons you care for, or all of them. This is the perfect time to get adjusted and try the weapons. In the full game, you're going to be so busy progressing the story, gathering materials from, the world, as well as the monsters, to actually craft and upgrade your gear, which means you're not going to have free room to use every weapon and upgrade them. You're going to be midway through the game, you'll need a more upgraded weapon than the base one to be relevant against the monsters you're currently progressing, as an obvious example. Meanwhile, in this beta, it's perfect because we're all using the base Hope weapons either way, so there's no big downside at all. So it's the perfect time to test them, and I strongly encourage you. If there isn't a guide out there, or you want to look into it yourself, I strongly recommend that you pull up the options menu and then go to the play guide, find yourself in weapon controls, and we've got specific information about every single weapon. Here you may learn new stuff, what's changed about your weapon in Wilds. Another thing that I've been mentioning is to make item sets, because you kind of start out with nothing, and by having an item set in your item pouch, you're going to be able to have whatever you want. So here we have my own loadout, and here I have everything that I could need. I've got all of my different kinds of pods. I have both trap types and some trap tools to craft more. We have some barrel bombs, some backup herbs and honey to craft more potions, my rations, and even energy drinks, nullberries, antidotes, and the maxed out potions. All of this is down here in your item box. Like, you start with over 1,000 nullberries, and then they don't actually give you any in your item pouch. So you might go out and gather them, that'd be a big mistake. So just make yourself a loadout and save it, and then you can swap to that loadout and restock whenever you go back to a tent. It's a really nice thing to have. The other thing I recommend is to take the time to make a couple equipment sets. For me, here in my daggers setup, I have the Balahara helmet, chest, and legs because there are group skills. The group skill in this case is Master Mounter, which makes it easier to mount monsters. And it goes from level 1 to 3, so I make sure to have 3 pieces of that. Second to that, I'm looking for the Stamina Surge skill, since that's going to speed up my stamina recovery, as you can see. As someone that's using lots of stamina, this is a great thing to have. But I do have a different set, and this one's the counter set. It is 4 pieces of Doshaguma's set, because his set is Powerhouse, temporarily increasing your attack after a successful power clash or offset attack. So basically you get a perfect guard, trigger a clash, or you land an offset attack, of which there's a bunch of weapons that have that, and from that you're going to get a big damage increase. Then for the 5th slot, I just run the Chatacabra Greaves, because that's 1 level of recovery. And so basically I'm swapping between these 2 sets based on what equipment I'm using. Having this ready to go means I don't have to do this every single time if you want to min-max during this beta, and I kind of do. Next up, while you're in the beta, I recommend you just try the multiplayer to get a handle on it. Obviously, if you choose recommended lobby, you're going to go into a relatively full lobby, and that's going to be up to a potential of 100 players in one lobby, but only up to 16 are going to be shown to you in the base camp when you return. Problem with that is it's quite a lot of people. There isn't a lot of options right now to deal with people spamming messages, writing stuff, and worst of all, the sticker spam that people are doing. So we do hope they learn from this beta and allow us to minimize or completely stop those features when we're in these settings. But if you go to the 4th tab under communication and choose player list, you can find people here and then block them as at least something if someone's being particularly annoying. My advice, though, to avoid all of that as a neat trick is actually searching for specific lobbies back in the main menu. Search for specific lobbies and find one that has no people in it or very few, ultimately greatly reducing the chance that people are going to stick a spam or whatever messages. Next, I want to suggest you explore this map. We're not going to have long with it, so really get to grips with the map. There are some really cool hidden areas out there. For example, if you want to go over towards the Raydal Nest, Area 17, you're going to see this really vertical area. And as it turns out, this is a great mining spot. There's nullberries there, and it's going to be a great source for farming in terms of adamant seeds, which are going to temporarily raise your defense when you eat them, which could really help you during, say, a Raydal hunt for this beta. It's a cool area, but there's also some unique endemic life up there, it would seem. Another area that we had revealed to us from the Gamescom stuff was the underwater area, where yes, you can actually swim. This is just adjacent to Area 14 and 15, and there's multiple ways to get down there, whether you're going through the cave by the Oasis or through the tunnel here that leads down. But yeah, there's a lot of secret stuff there too, and this could be valuable materials, again at full release. What you'll find around the place are butterflies though. These are places you can put down portable camps. And having a look around and learning where's dangerous to put a camp since they can be destroyed is worth considering. For example, the camp you can put down obviously at the Oasis is going to get destroyed a lot. because monsters just go there. But this one right next to it, just on the dunes, is a lot more hidden away and is likely to actually survive. They've placed these potential locations intentionally, so consider that. For example, in this secret area where the water is, there's another tent you can set up, and that can be useful for area 14 and 15. So explore. If you are interested in, say, endemic life, you can indeed use the capture net to capture some. We can learn about what rare or hard to find types of endemic life there are out here. Like I said, there's that one at the really vertical area next to Raydow's Nest, but check out this one. This is a little Sandstar endemic life, which is basically like a lightning blue mouse that's super quick, running around this area only at night. So there are absolutely unique rare endemic lives on this locale in this beta, and if you want to learn what they are, exploring now and finding them could be worth it. Next, a little PSA and warning. There are infinite change appearance options in this beta. So you can choose and create your character, and then back in the main menu, or if you go into the tent at the 5th tab, you're able to change your appearance again. This is completely unlimited, so you can totally change your appearance as much as you want. But don't get used to this. They've made it very clear this is limited for the beta, and in the full game it will be limited, and I expect we'll likely be using a familiar ticket system, the one we've seen before. Maybe you'll get one free ticket for a change, but after that you probably have to buy them. So customize your character like nuts in this beta while it's free, get something you're happy with, and then maybe you won't have to worry about that in the future. Another detail I'd like to make you aware of is the SOS flare system with the AI hunters. To get them to actually join, you need to go to Alma, your handler, or maybe set up a mission in the tent, and then as you're getting ready, choose the settings options. For SOS flares, you want to make it so it's only support hunters if you only want the AI help, and you can even make it automatically do this as you load in. But ultimately, you need to be on a set quest, not just like out in an expedition to pull in the SOS hunters, it would seem. In any case, this will allow the AI hunters to come when you use an SOS flare, and personally I think this works as a great way to take the heat off you in the hunt. It's like a version of an easier mode in my opinion, since the AI is surprisingly smart and it gives you plenty of room to heal or recover during those bad moments because they'll get them off you. Or you could consider this free DPS while the monster's focusing someone else. But overall, I think it makes harder moments easier, which might be something worth getting comfortable with for the full release. Next, just some quickfire stuff. You can place barrel bombs down and then pick them up if you place them in the wrong spot. Or you can pick them up, aim with focus mode and throw them, which works as a really easy way to explode the barrel that you placed by the sleeping monster. Also, this works with traps. If you place them, you can pick them up again. That's a really nice quality of life. Another quick tip for you is that when you get knocked down, it can be a bit annoying. If you're coming from Rise, you could be used to the wirefall system that would allow you to use a wire bug to instantly pull yourself back up for the ground. I'm very much used to that after playing a lot of Rise, and missing it feels bad. However, as it turns out, the Sacred can come in clutch here. So if you get knocked down, you're laying there, you're feeling exposed, don't try to get up. Instead, press up on the D-pad and call the Sacred. It'll come running over and pick you up off the ground at high speed. It gets you off the ground instantly, you're moving, so avoiding the attacks coming your way, and now you can easily heal while moving, or sharpen, or whatever it is you want to do. Also, remember that the Ghillie Mantle is an incredible tool for getting sneak attacks off, which is a new attack type in this game. All you need to do is not be in combat and go up to a monster while it doesn't see you quietly to do a sneak attack. You can do this without a Ghillie Mantle, but with one, it just means you're completely invisible while running full pelt at it. It just can't see or hear you. So it's easy sneak attacks to start every fight. Don't forget stuff like dung pods and lure pods to separate, say, alpha packs with Doshiguma. Screamer pods are absolutely clutch for Balahara. Every time it digs into the ground, it's just going to be an easy screamer pod, and then that's going to leave you with some free DPS time. Obviously, make sure you're stocked for null berries for Raydow and Balahara for the water and Thunderblight. And I recommend flash pods as well for Ray specifically when he's flying. This can be a great way to knock him out of the air, just like any flying monster. Of course it works on him, and so it gives you free DPS time. So yeah, lots of different useful tools out there. But there you have it. That's just my quick rundown of some of the settings and features and suggestions that I'd highlight for those jumping into the beta for the first time with, well, a limited time. We're definitely going to have a long wait to February after this, but maybe we'll get a demo before launch still. If you guys have any extra tips though, or suggestions for people trying to make the most out of this limited time we have, let us know in the comments. But for now, I've been Hollow, you've been you, thanks for watching.
Josh.
This one's really cool too, the Slayer. I kind of like Slayer the most. Reaper, Mount Defender of the Living Dead. Leeches life from enemies, throws shields, and turns their own pain into strength. I This one's really cool too, the Slayer. I kind of like Slayer the most. Yeah. Let me see if I can save the game right now. I'm going to restart. Okay, let's save. Okay, and now we're going to just go ahead and close the game, and we're going to reopen it and see if it improves. Thoughts so far? Yeah, I'll give some super, super, super early thoughts on the game. I actually don't hate the game. Yeah, it's been fine so far. Like, yeah, I really don't think it's that bad. Like, I think the combat looks a lot worse than it feels. Like, playing the combat feels better. I'm not saying it's great. I'm just saying it feels better. It's average at best, 7 out of 10. Well, I'll give it a little bit more time to make that decision. Continue. All right, let's see if we have any improvements here with the graphics. Hopefully we do. This automatically seems better. Okay, great. It seems like we've actually improved some things a lot. All right. So let's see here. Talk to Nave, talk to Harding. I don't give a fuck about her. Gather the team. Okay, let's do it. Pog FPS? Yeah, it seems like things are a lot better now.
So, we stopped the ritual.
And Varric paid the price.
Hey, Varric made his choice to go talk with Solus. He knew the risks. We all did.
And now Solus is gone. And we're here. Wherever here is. Besides in the Fade.
Solus called it the Lighthouse.
He did? When?
He was in my head.
In my head, Solus showed up while I was out cold to gripe about us breaking his ritual.
He's mad about us destroying his ritual?
Sounded like it. When the ritual went wrong, he ended up trapped in some kind of prison.
You're sure that wasn't just a dream? It's a reasonable reaction.
Solus
know.
can speak with people in their dreams. Even kill them.
I'm not in danger. He can only barely reach me. I bled a little when I got knocked out.
So Solus
Uh-oh.
is using blood magic. Like any normal mage would to play with your mind.
He said he didn't like
He's
blood
not
magic.
a normal mage, like I told you. He's an elven god.
Ooh.
Putting together a nice ritual doesn't make him a god.
I tell. Let's see. Stop cooling over terms? I don't know. He literally is a god? I don't know.
I don't care
Okay.
about the philosophy. In terms of his power against ours, he's a god.
All right, well, we've stopped the ritual and there doesn't seem to be an immediate danger. For now. You're certain Solus can't use blood magic to affect your mind?
I'm not certain of anything. But we're not out of danger.
What do you mean?
Solus had 2 of the other elven gods imprisoned. When he got trapped, they escaped.
So those things we saw come out of the Fade when the ritual went wild, those are...
Elganon and Gillenane. 2 of the ancient elven gods that Solus rebelled against.
Okay. They're ours to kill.
They're our next target.
So we set our sights on a pair of elven gods. Like it's easy.
Who else is gonna do it? If they're loose, they need killing.
They were evil tyrants who enslaved their people. We need to stop them.
Okay.
Solus says Elganon and Gillenane drew on the Blight for power and became corrupted. That was when he imprisoned them.
So instead of one god running around, we have 2.
That's
and they're
bad.
not just powerful, they're blighted.
We need to get out there and stop them.
Just like that. We're down a man without Varric. We can't just rush in.
I know you're hurt, Nev. But the rest of us need to do something.
I'll be ready to fight when it's time, but we need to investigate, then figure out what we're dealing with.
And how many more people will get hurt, get killed, while we spend time investigating?
I think we got we yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Elkanan and Gillenane are worse than Solus, we can't go in blind.
We go with this.
We need to know what they can do and what they want.
But we only have Solus's word about all of this.
Then let's go investigate for ourselves. We find out what we're dealing with, and then we take our shot.
Fine. The Illuvian led us here instead of back to Minrathous.
Uh-oh.
Let's hope it goes back to the ritual site. Maybe we can find some clues at the scene of the crime.
Uh-oh.
Nev, are you okay to go?
It's a headache. I've worked with worse.
All right then. Let's get back to the ritual site.
Okay.
The Illuvian has its own special room. It's just down the stairs.
Now what? We'll go down to the bottom. She doesn't have a leg? No, she has a leg. What do you mean? Okay. What's this? Enter Illuvian room. Gather the team. All right, let's do it. Oh shit, I got my armor on now.
For all we know, there's a dozen demons waiting on the other side of that alluvion.
If it even takes us back to Arlathan.
Uh-oh.
Nev, you sure you're up for this?
Don't worry about me.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Shall we?
Let's do this.
Now what? Is this the next level?
It's quiet. Well, isn't that a surprise?
There's the ritual site.
Oh, I was still here. Wait. Oh, yeah.
But if the gods really did get out, they're not here anymore.
Yeah, they ran
Right,
away.
Let's take a look around and see if we can find...
Uh-oh. It's that girl from the cinematic. Oh.
Shut it down!
I'm trying!
Oh. Oh.
It's not working! I can't contain it!
Oh. Now what? No blood's weird. Yeah, there wasn't any blood. You're right. Well, there was blood in the game before.
Strife? Irulan? It's me, Lace Harding.
Harding? What are you doing back in Arlathan?
It's complicated.
I can see that.
Rook, Nev, this is Strife and Irulan. Varric and I met them when we first started hunting down Solus. They're veil jumpers, experts in ancient elven magic.
Okay.
Hardly experts. I should have been able to shut that artifact down.
Well, you
I'm
fucked
sorry,
up.
Tarith.
It's not your fault. Since
Yeah,
the
it is.
sky ripped open, the magic's been surging. Bunch of artifacts that had been dormant for centuries started coming alive. This is because of Finn Harel's... sorry, Solus's ritual, isn't it? You all were supposed to stop him.
Well, we did.
We did stop him. The sky's not pulling itself apart anymore, is it?
But
But it didn't go as cleanly as we hoped. Solus got pulled into the Fade, and some things got pulled out. Or someone's, I mean.
Combat good? I
Two
forgot.
of the evil elven
It's been so
gods,
long.
Elganon and Gillenane.
Mathalanast.
the elven gods of old, the
Uh-oh.
Evan-Urus.
If they truly have returned.
Ooh.
Then things just got a whole lot worse.
So what's next?
So Elganon and Gillenane are loose. Which means what?
You thought Solus was bad. He's a bit of a bastard, true. But next to them, let's just say they weren't known for their kindness.
There's a reason Solus led a rebellion against the Evan-Urus, and a reason he imprisoned them.
But now they've escaped.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Tarith is in bad shape. We need to get him back to the camp.
We've still got dozens of veil jumpers unaccounted for.
How can we help?
We need to find Belara Luther. She's the best there is at working with our ancient artifacts.
Okay.
And also at blowing them up.
She was off looking for another artifact before this ritual shook everything loose. If anyone can get a handle on all this wild magic and the artifacts it's setting off, it'll be her.
Right. You get your friend back to your camp and... we'll find Belara.
Stay here.
Stay here with the Veil Jumpers. Harding and I can handle this.
Is that so?
That's so.
Yeah.
If you're not at full
That's
strength,
right.
or a liability we can't afford.
Fine. Your call.
We'll meet you back at the Veil Jumper camp. It's just south of here.
Belara's out near some elven ruins to the west. At least she was 3 days ago. I'd start your search there.
Good luck, Rook. And thank you.
Why does the dialogue feel so slow? I don't know. Okay. Now what? Ooh. Now what? Oh,
Is it
okay.
me? Or is there something strange about this fog?
It all feels a little off. Like everything shifted a little bit.
Can I move around? How much of this is open? Not a whole lot. It seems pretty on rail. Oh, who's this guy?
Suit of armor
What?
moving?
Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, so can I do the slam? Nice. Okay. Got him. That was pretty easy.
Gotcha.
Ooh, she sucked him.
Oh, people. Where'd you come from?
Uh-oh.
Bellara? Bellara Luther. Strife and Irulan sent us to find you.
Who are you, exactly?
Call me Rook.
Lace Harding.
Protocol is to wait a full week before they send anyone out to look for me. I've only been gone 3 days.
Well, the situation's changed. For the worse, unfortunately. The elven gods Elganan and Gillenane have escaped from Fen'Harel's prison. And it seems like they want to destroy the world.
Okay.
Oh, yes, that is very much for the worse.
Yep.
Okay, wait. I need a second.
You don't have it.
Like I said, end of the world? You can mull it over later.
It does sort of explain a few things, though.
Like what?
The surge of raw magic in the area. These artifacts started waking up a while ago, but in fits and starts. One here, a couple there. Then, a couple of days ago, the sky split open. And now, raw magic. Thick as fog. Only a god, or gods, could have done that. There's something kind of exciting about it. And dangerous. Really dangerous. Dangerous enough that I was gonna head back to the Veil Jumper camp, but...
But what?
See that shimmer? That's a veil bubble.
Okay, what does that
It's
do?
separating us from the rest of the real world, so to speak. You can only pass through it one way. Once you're in, you can't get out.
Okay. We'll force our way out.
We don't have time for this. Let's just force our way out.
That's right.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. I don't know what contacting that much raw magic would do to you. But there's another way. A bubble like that? There has to be something at the center that's generating it. Something powerful. If we can find it and remove it safely, I mean, the bubble itself should collapse.
And then we're back in reality?
I really, really hope so.
Well then, let's get going.
Okay. Now what? Well, I guess didn't really matter what I said, huh?
I've been trying to get to
What happens
the
if I jump
artifact
down
at
there?
the center of the bubble, but these
Okay.
magical constructs keep getting in the way.
We've handled
What's
our
this?
share of demons. A few dozen more shouldn't be a
Rough
problem.
leather.
Spirits, not demons. They're animating those suits
Okay.
of armor.
Valuables can
The
also be sold to
owners have changed
vendors.
the artifact
All right.
To protect it from threats.
Threats like us, I'm guessing.
Okay. Why are we the threat? I thought we were the good guys. I'm trying to see like how much of this game, like where can I go? Where can I move around? What can I do? Like what happens if I go over here?
Can't pass through it. We need to shut down the artifact first.
Okay, that's what happens if I... All right, so I just drowned. All right, okay, I cannot swim. Got it. Okay. Ooh, what's this? All right. I can't die? I guess not.
Is that water just swirling into the air?
We call that kind the whirlpool. The anomaly, I mean. Never seen one this size, though.
Just trying to get an idea, like, what the fuck is going on. Ooh. 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 Fuck. Okay, let's go. Got killed by me. I'm trying. I'm doing my best.
Demons!
Oh.
Right where we need to go.
Let's deal with
Okay. Companion abilities. Tab to select a companion ability. Own a special ability. Okay. Okay. Tab. Okay, so what does she do? Grants enhanced damage. Okay, well, I want her to do that. And then use the bolts. Yeah. All right, so how's this work? Damn. So they just do everything for me. Damn, bro. Like, this, like, lag is so annoying. Okay. Got it. Lag simulator? Yeah.
Good to go.
Let me see if I can do that perfect block thing. Damn. Damn, that's actually pretty fucking good.
Look out!
Fuck. Bro, I'm knocking him the fuck out. Let's go. Ooh, what's in here?
So what is this artifact
Oh.
we're looking for exactly?
Big
I
money,
have a
big
couple
money.
of theories,
$13.
but nothing definite. We might find some clues in the ruins, though.
All right, now what? Damn, this is so laggy. I really wish it wasn't doing this. Okay, what's in here?
I don't usually see elven ruins that haven't been picked over.
Uh-huh.
Not many people come this far into Arlathan. Just veil jumpers, mostly.
Shader composition?
people
Yeah,
try
but
and save
how
the
do I
world,
how do I shader composition? I did restart the game.
Wow.
Oh.
I've never seen anything like this.
Wait, is this?
You can't
No.
besides restart?
Can't be. Not here.
Can't be what?
We have to get over there. The artifact we're looking for.
Okay,
must be
let's go that way.
inside.
What was this place?
Could have been a temple. Could have been where they stored food.
Damn it, bro.
But judging by the sentinels, it's probably something important.
Is there something special this way? No. Okay. Download more RAM? Oh, okay. Okay.
Are we just supposed to jump across?
Yeah?
Oh, no, we can make a bridge. There should be a power crystal somewhere nearby.
Is it this? Let me guess. I pick
Bring
up
it
the
over
rock
here
and
and
I
slide
put
it
the
in.
rock into place.
And there we go.
Yep.
Easy.
Huh. That's a great trick.
Okay.
A resonance amplifier. It's drawing magic from the ring temple to this area.
What's this?
I need to shut it down before we can go up the path.
Okay.
Doing that will attract anything nasty that's hanging around.
Well, I'm trying to hit it. How do I ask her to deactivate? What is this, like tab? I mean, I feel like Tinker? Okay. Is that it? Do it. Do it, bitch! I think when I pressed escape, it canceled it. Okay. Attack warning, dodge, okay. Alright, got it. What's up, bitch? Get out of here.
They're hitting us from afar.
Why he run away? All right. Got him. Okay. Now what? Oh, there's more of them.
They're at range.
Oh. Damn, I'm actually taking a lot of damage. I gotta be careful. Okay. I don't think I can reflect magic attacks, right? Okay, let's kill this guy. Barriers protect most enemies. Damage them quickly with Q, or they'll regenerate in time with Q. Oh, right. I forgot about my other ability. Okay. 1. Ooh, get out of my life. Level 3?
That's the last of the
I'm a
magic.
winner. Okay, now what? So I feel like if I go with anything, I should probably go with like the two-handed damage. I don't know. I feel like Reaper or Slayer is so cool. I don't know which one's better. I think Reaper. Yeah, let's try Reaper since we're already going in that direction. This is all like shield toss stuff though, like I don't know. I mean, what about these other abilities? You know what? I actually like this better because this is like weapon stagger. This is flaming weapon. Look at this. Gain flaming weapons on a takedown. Oh. Okay, well, we're going to go do that. Yeah, all right. Okay, that literally easiest decision of my life. I didn't even know that. Okay, so you can do Whirlwind.
Energy.
Yeah, we're going to go there.
That should be clear ahead.
Press F to refund. No, I wanted to use those other abilities too, because the other one was my parry. And I really like the parry in this game, so I'm going to use that too. Damn, bro, like this shit is fucked.
Another sensor.
Oh.
We'll have to take it down.
Oh. Okay, let me see. So can I do... Okay, so I guess I can't block those types of attacks. Damn. So the red ones are the non-blockables.
But watch out.
The do
Whenever
not
you see
blockables.
one, there's more nearby.
Hello, Mr. Dog. Fuck you.
I wonder how they died.
Even mages,
A weather stain. You think I
Have
give a
trouble with the
fuck about that
artifacts here.
shit?
they expect them to work like, you know, normal.
Guys, I'm gonna say something that might get me canceled.
The magic's more alive somehow.
You guys ready? I'm kind of enjoying the game.
This never gets old.
Can anything here tell us what that artifact is?
I have a theory, but we're miles away from where that artifact should be.
Yep. I am. I'm kind of enjoying the game. Like, it's like, yeah, these puzzles are fucking stupid and, you know, all this, but like the actual combat and everything and like the character building, like it's not awful. That's a bomb. Fade touched war ass. So if I look at that one, is that gonna be, fuck, I look at this number. Yeah, that one's better. So how do I put my armor on? Let's see, so maybe inventory, I? Okay, so then, how do I fucking, like, character skills? Like, the fuck? How, am I stupid? Like, how do I... What? I'm in combat? Oh. Okay, I didn't... All right. All right. We are cooking. We got ourselves a fucking axe. Wait, there's 4 of them now? Are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of here.
extras. It means I was right.
Right about what?
About where we are. It's an armory. I think I know what the artifact is.
Oh, fuck. Okay, that's one down. Next. Wait, two of them. Get out of here, bitch. Oh! Down from the rafters. Let's go. Nope. Ooh, all right, all right. Got him. Oops. Got his ass. Not so bad. Okay. And let's go to the next one.
So, what kind of artifact shows up in an armory? A weapon?
An archive spirit.
What's this shit?
A creature of the Fade, bound to a crystal. Ancient elves use them to store knowledge and to help them dream.
All right.
Methalinast. Darkspawn.
Nasty bitch. What?
Get clear.
Get out of here, bitch.
Darkspawn.
Get out of my life.
I never would have believed it. Until today.
Now what? Okay. Loot this. Ooh, we gotta do this. Come here, bitch. Come here, bitch.
Get ready. Once I shut it down, the path ahead will remain blocked until the magic dissipates.
Do the work.
We've got your back.
I'm on it.
Damn right you are. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay.
Good job!
All right.
Behind you.
Got it. Get out of here, sucker. Get out of here, you nasty sucker. Okay, got him. Great.
I've never seen Darkspawn this deep into Arlothan Forest before. As far as I know, it's never happened.
If the gods are blighted, like Solus claims, maybe they're communicating with the Darkspawn somehow.
Okay.
Directing them?
You saw those Darkspawn, though?
I'm going down this way.
Something was different about them.
You take the high road,
And
I'll
we'll
take the
stop
low
them.
road.
Once we get out of this bubble,
Right. Let's get to that
Ooh,
central
big money.
temple.
Big money. This game is game of the year? Well, let me just play the game a little bit more. So, I don't think it's game of the year, but I'm playing the game. I'm enjoying it. It's fine. It's a game of 2013. Oh, is that when this game came out in 2013? Is that true? Ooh, a ballista. Fire it. Oh.
More Darkspawn, right where you broke that wall.
What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch? You stupid ass monkey, get out of my life. You know what? I wish I went in on the harder mode. This is too easy for me. Raise difficulty? Woke point? Is that it? I feel like that's it, right? Because I just got experience. Okay, let's go.
And another resonance amplifier.
Should be the last one, I hope.
Me too.
Do I really have to do this shit at the same time? Okay. Oops. Okay. Yeah, if you press tab and then you press escape, it cancels it. Oh, fuck, bro. I gotta fight all three at the same time? Jesus Christ. Bitch! Oh! Oh. I tried to parry. Nope. Damn, I think that it's my targeting. Like on multi-target, it seems like it's kind of hard to do this. Got him.
The last barrier's
All right.
down. We're close.
It's a learning experience. That was cool. All right. I got 2 potions now.
Have you noticed something about the blight?
I noticed you didn't shut the fuck up.
It's almost like it's feeding off the elven magic.
Okay. Oh, this is a secret boss. I'm gonna beat him. Where's his bitch ass? A crack scroll. Nice. What's that? Spash? Ooh, 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 ooh. It's a treasure chest. Okay. All right. Nice. We gotta find all the loot. We ain't get shit out of here, man. Ooh, this looks like a boss area, maybe.
If that building's what I think it is, then the alignment means we're here.
These hoes love to talk, huh?
This is where it was kept.
Where what was kept?
The archive spirit, or as the ancient elves called it,
Big Red.
Thalin.
Ooh, we got Big Red.
Inevitability of knowledge.
What does that mean?
I don't know, actually. The notes were never very clear on that.
What?
But I plan to find out.
More constructs.
Mad?
The inner sanctum.
You mad?
Closer.
Oh, these guys are attacking me. I didn't even know that. Oh, oops. Nice. Damn. Okay. I'm gonna heal. Oh, I love lagging. Bitch. Okay, so it's not an iframe, maybe. Oops, I fucked up. Doesn't matter.
Looks like this door is going to need a second power crystal.
All right, big money in the box. Tarjay, what the fuck is that? Who cares about that piece of shit? Let's keep going. Okay. Can I open this? No. All right. It's a shield? No. If you looked at it, it looked like a picture of a pancake. Let's see. So I probably have to break this with a ballista? Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. And then, so where's this one? I can't open this. All right, so we need to find the first one. And then that's going to take us over to the second one. Damn, I feel like I'm retarded. Where'd it go? Oh, I see. I see what I have to do.
There has to be another one of those
Shut
power
up,
crystals
bitch.
around
Like,
here somewhere.
who are you talking to? Not talking to me. You know this game's made for retards because I can figure out the puzzles.
Another ballista. I bet we could use it to break through that wall.
That was easy. She's backseating you? No, she's not. How the fuck did you get here? All right, let's go this way. We'll bring both of these over here. Alrighty. You're really good at the game, bro. It's impressive. Thank you. Okay. A god gamer.
We did it.
If I...
All that's left is the Nodus.
Ooh, what the box? What the box?
I have so many questions for it.
How do you ask it questions?
A common Raider's
It's an
cleaver? This is for the, this is a one-handed weapon.
Archive spirit. You'll see.
Use that. I'm not using that. It's for losers. Okay.
Okay. Here it is. The Nodus Derthalin.
So we take it and we're good, right? We can head back.
Oh, I wish. No, it's a lot trickier than that.
Right. Because darkspawn, demons, and animated suits of armor aren't tricky enough.
We've seen way worse.
I'm sure we can handle it.
It isn't that simple.
Hey, hey.
If I remove the artifact the way I'd usually do it, it'll explode and take out half of Arlathan with it. Good news is, I think I can shunt the energy somewhere else. Okay, here we go.
They should have given her bigger boobs. That would have made this game better.
The way the magic is pulsing, I've never seen this before.
Let me guess, there's gonna be something that breaks
almost
through the
like
rocks.
Breathing.
Oh my fucking god, it's gonna happen. Oh no. There he is.
That's an ogre!
Oh shit. Okay, so let's go ahead and what are we gonna do? We're gonna use Adrenaline Rush, and we're gonna do this here too. Okay. Bitch ass. Bitch ass. Oh, I didn't see I was red. I'm an idiot. What are you doing, bitch? What are you doing, bitch? What are you in my game for, oh? Oh. There it is. Oh. We gotta put the hose to work. Ultimate! Ultimate! 4! That's right.
Well, wasn't expecting to fight an ogre today. I also didn't expect to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days. Okay,
Well, that just happened.
let's see. Okay. There we go. Ooh. No. That's good. I think. Oh,
What does that crystal do?
I don't know.
keeps the artifact powered. Focuses the
I don't
ambient
know. What does
magical
it do?
energy. That's why these things still work, thousands of years later. Oh, no, you don't.
Sulanan, Vir Sulevanan, and Asal Dirthara.
Shut up.
Well then,
I am the Nadas Dirthalan.
right. I have questions.
I am the Nadas Dirthalan. What do you?
Where'd it go?
Where'd the spirit go? The Nadas Dithalan, I mean.
It went back into the crystal, but the crystal's broken. Until I fix it. It's kind of my thing, fixing magical stuff.
Uh-huh. It's kind of my thing. I haven't really been paying attention to the dialogue, to be honest.
Strife and Irulan will want to know about this. And the Blight, and the Darkspawn.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? It's Halloween.
Let me know when you're ready to head to the Veil Jumper camp.
Where are they? Shit! Oh, we don't have the cat ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. We're good. Sorry about that, guys. We're ready. Let me see if can I find him? Actually, I want to see if I can find him real quick, because I don't want to lose him. Amaru bought this for me last Halloween when we did the cosplay contest. I got canceled and I was banned, so I wasn't able to come to this year's cosplay contest for that reason. And I hate to tell you, but after I came home, I literally just put that thing that's been there. It's been on that chair for never touched it or moved it or anything. Can't hear you? Good. Alright, well, I don't know where the fuck the cat ears are. How do I have 2 pairs of cat ears? I can't find a single fucking one. God damn it. God damn it. Okay. Alright. I'm sure I'll find them soon. My brain will open up the way with my third eye, and I will see the truth of the light. And the cat ears will become revealed to me. Okay. All right. Let's see. So what do we do now? Oh, I have to talk to her? I just got done talking to her. Fuck, what the hell do you want again? Ready to go? Yes. Wait, not yet. Wait.
Let's look around a little more.
Wait. Yeah, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, ooh, box. See? Uncommon longball. Oh, can I give them loot? Companions. Oh, I can. Oh, wow. Okay. Cool. All right. I think we're good. And they have a skill tree? Who gives a fuck about what they have? Let's go.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
Right. Let's get moving.
Come on. I'll show you the way to the Veil Jumper camp.
Did you check the ogre loot? I thought it automatically looted to me. I was reading chat. I didn't even see what was happening.
11 wounded, 16 on bed rest, and some of our most experienced fighters are still missing.
We're running out of Veil Jumpers. Whatever's going on out there, it's scary.
Uh-oh. Oh, the other girl is back.
Jahel and Milva never reported back from Demeter's crossing.
There are 100 people living in that village, or near enough.
That's a lot of loot.
You're back, and you're alive. Good.
Sounds like things have gotten a lot worse since we left.
Darkspawn. They're showing up all over Arlethan, attacking anyone in their path.
We've evacuated 3 daily settlements already.
When do I get to
We
change
ran
my
into
gender?
Darkspawn too, near the Nodus Dirthalin.
Wait, you found the Nardus Darthalan? The archive spirit? We could ask it about the gods. Figure out their next move.
Shut up.
If it weren't broken, maybe. But we're not getting anything out of it anytime soon.
Meanwhile, Veil Jumpers are disappearing. Something out there took them.
I know. But maybe, if we find them...
We find the gods. Or at least some sign of where they might be.
But Arlethan Forest is huge. Where do we even begin to look for them?
Demetus Crossing.
What?
Irulan and Strife. When we came in, you said you'd lost contact with Demetus Crossing. We could go check it out. The 3 of us, I mean.
4. I'm coming with you.
Nev, you were still shaky, and
I'm coming, Harding.
I don't know what you're going to find there, Rook. Likely nothing good. But you'd be saving people. And it might get you on the trail of the gods.
Demetus Crossing's on the far side of the lake. There's a small boat at the docks. It'll take you there. Watch your back out there. And good luck.
So... in Entropy's grasp. Okay. All right, so
Okay,
now what?
We'll need a boat to get
Okay,
there.
how does I go on and do an upgrade? Okay, let's do Fury to Ford. I'm trying to think how I want to get over to there. Okay, yeah. All right, we're going to go to Whirlwind. We're going to go fast over to Whirlwind. Okay, yeah, we're going to go with that, 100%. Okay, good. All right, we're ready.
Let's head to the dock.
Ooh, what's this? A hunted experience. I want to get more levels, bro. Like, I'm trying to level up. What does this bitch want? Merchant.
Looking to inflict some pain?
Buy.
I have what you need.
What's this here? It will become. Damn, I'm broke. I ain't got no money.
And now that we've...
Did I have a helmet? Oh no, this is some other girl's helmet. Wait, where's her helmet? Bellara, Harding, Nave. Who gives a fuck about that bitch? Actually, like, literally, who cares?
Do your best.
Okay, so sell valuables.
For just the right
Sell
price.
all. I guess we just sell all, right? Yeah. Shop, rank up my shop. What do I have to do? I gotta get them big wood, and I have to get them deer antlers. Okay, that's fine.
Send your friends my way. Tell them Amelia.
Tell them to shut the fuck up. What happens if I jump off the edge? All right. So, let's see what else there is. Okay, this is probably some sort of fast travel point that I unlock later on. Okay, let's go this way. What's this? Who's this loser? Guy looks like an idiot. Okay, let's see. He looks like a dumb little bit. Oh, okay. All right, let's see. What's this? Nothing. I want to play the game. Where do I go to play the game? Oh, what's this? Ooh, big money. Heartwood. I gotta get Randy's quarterly earnings report. Okay, let's go. Run, bitch.
Seems like
I
a lot's
love
happened around
lagging.
here.
I love it whenever the
What
game
hasn't
micro.
happened? This area is where Danger Magisters destroyed Arlequin City
Fuck.
centuries ago. Whole lot of blood magic during the war.
What
Okay.
about now?
Whatever Solus did stirred up everything again.
So what happens if I take
The
this? I
old
take it
blood
off.
magic from the war.
Tab. Do it.
It never went away. Ancient relics appear out of thin air. Ruins float. It's like an old wound that never healed. And now it's bleeding again.
Skin of yarn. Okay.
What have you?
Ooh, I
That
know
was
what
the
I gotta
capital
do.
city, Arlethan.
I know what I have to do.
This is
I have to
what's
take
left of it
this
after the
thing
war.
and I have to put it
Don't
over
imagine
at
it
the other
floated back
thing.
in the day. Did it?
We smart. Okay. Let's go. Ooh, they're gonna turn alive? Nope. We always go the wrong way. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, what's in the box? A nug carving? That's not a nug. I've seen plenty of nugs in my life. Oh, it's a little shortcut back to the base. Okay. Ooh. Oh, what's this? Mrs. I smoke nugs. Bro, do you smoke weed? Are you cool enough to smoke weed? Oh, wow. Don't tell me I have to talk to somebody
Rook,
again.
ready to go?
Oh, wait, what? Ready to go? No. Oops! Shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I'm gonna just do that next time. No, I want to move around. I want to see what else is in this area. Can I break the crystal? No. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I can't go anywhere. Oh, did I get hit by the thing? What's in the box? Okay, let's go around this way.
Nev, you sure you're up for this?
I'm fine. Couldn't sit still much longer.
What happened to her face?
Then let's go.
I've never seen fog this thick in Demetta's Crossing.
Uh-oh. That means there's probably demons here.
This isn't right. The dock usually has people bringing goods to market, bartering and shouting. It's always busy.
Something happened here.
Stay sharp.
I bet there's gonna be like skeletons here. What do you guys think?
It's so quiet.
Too quiet.
Where is everybody?
It's too quiet. You know what it means if it's too quiet? I got moldy fabric. That means that there's gonna be bad guys. Oh, I can just roll through them. Oh. I got $2. I got $2 out of that.
It's market day. People should be out selling eggs and buying bread.
This stupid bitch. Isn't it obvious that they're dead? Shut the fuck up.
They barricaded the main entrance into town.
There's blight in there. I can feel it. Be careful.
Oh. Oh. I knew it.
It's blight.
I knew it, bro.
Must keep everyone in. Mustn't let anyone out.
We'll kill the villager. It's okay.
You okay? What happened here?
Keep them inside. Listen to the mayor.
Hello?
I don't think he can hear us.
Uh-oh.
We'll be rewarded. All of us. Everyone has
Is that
to
a ball?
stay.
Oh, I thought that was his ball sack.
Someone used powerful
I love
magic
lagging.
to dominate the minds of these villagers.
The town square.
We need to search for survivors.
Let's see what we can find. Fan out.
Just forget. Shut the fuck up. I got some weaves. Blighted. I wonder what blighted does. We'll look around to these other areas, see if there's anything good over here. No, nothing. Nothing over here. I don't
Look
want to
at
talk to her.
that.
Nobody wants to talk to her. Ooh.
This
Boom,
blight
bitch.
is weird.
It looks like I feel like you can't open doors in this game.
What was that?
Something big. Stay sharp.
Over there. 2 more survivors.
We'll fix that.
Hey, what's going on here?
Find the veil jumpers. Bring them to the mayor.
They're talking about Jahel and Milva.
He said
Ooh.
bring them to the mayor. If we find the mayor, then maybe we'll find your friends.
Ooh, they're hung up.
Why were they looking for veil jumpers? What did the mayor want with them? Look, more people.
Must round up everyone.
Damn it.
Must get them inside.
A blight obstacle. God, I wish that was me.
Milva!
That's one of your fellow veil jumpers? Balara!
Jahel! He's alive!
Bellara.
We're going to help you. We'll get you down, Jahel.
No, listen. The gods have returned. I saw them. I heard their voices.
He about to get shot out.
The gods did this?
A blood ritual to release the blight. The villagers, they said they needed power. Bellara, be careful.
It's just giving him a hug.
Help me, anyone!
Where's that money? Can I loot her friend? Wait, can I do this one too? Yeah, I thought so. Okay, what's over here? Where to loot? Where to loot? I ain't got shit out of this. Hey guys, what game has more cutscenes, this or Honkai Star Rail? Uh-oh. Bro, that's the dragon from Dragon Age.
Dragon. Here.
No, 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 please! Hey!
Fresh blood, a hungry heart. Creature, come to me.
Okay.
I know you. You're the mayor of this town.
The village. The people. Are they,
They're all dead.
Blighted. Dead. All of them.
You gave them to the gods, didn't you? Didn't you?
They were in my head. Infecting my thoughts. They made me do it. Please, help me.
You killed those people.
You betrayed your own town. No, I didn't. I was tricked. Manipulated. I tried to protect people. You have to believe me. The gods told me to lure the Veil Jumpers to the center of town. The others were to be rounded up and kept safe. They would be the first to witness the glory of Gilneain's new creation. She showed me gold. So much gold.
All this for greed.
All this for gold. The villagers, the Veil Jumpers, the blights everywhere. Demeter's Crossing is dead because of your greed.
I didn't know. You don't understand what it was like to hear those voices.
The gods exploited his greed and fear.
I'm supposed to feel sorry for him? I say we leave him right here.
But I'll die. The blights everywhere. What if the dragon comes back?
If we let you go, you'll run straight back to the gods.
They were in his head. Their influence might linger.
I understand what they do now. I won't be tempted again, I swear.
Rook, you're a Grey Warden. You could pack him off to Weishaupt as punishment.
Okay, well, we're gonna kill him. I think that So I think that I should banish him to the Grey Wardens because that will be advantageous for me later on in the game because I'm in the Grey Wardens faction and he could potentially be a vendor or some form of, you know, unlock later on. So yeah, we're gonna go with that. I think that's the best option for me.
We'll send him to the Wardens.
No! I'll never survive that.
We take anyone. Even murderous traitors like you.
It's more than you deserve.
True.
You don't understand. I've felt their power. It's irresistible.
You're going to spend the rest of your life fighting Darkspawn.
He'll be the pronoun
That's
vendor?
not enough to redeem you. But
Really?
It's a start. But be grateful I'm even giving you this chance.
The Fade had opened, and the gods were free. Thanks to Solus, they'd woken up to find their empire, their subjects, even their fellow gods, all gone.
Ooh, that's bad. That's real bad.
But they still had the power of the Blight, and corrupting a village was just the start. They made plans to tap more of the Blight. All of it. To rebuild their empire.
Oh.
As a path to power, it had its costs. And everyone would pay for it.
Yeah. Okay, so like ask travel during the game, you can ask. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Okay, so report the findings. Okay, so I guess we're gonna go this way. What happens if I throw this? Nothing. Okay, all right, cool. All right, let's go. Wait, does that mean I can just fast travel? Oh. I have to beacon over there. Okay.
Did you find our scouts?
They're dead. I'm sorry. Elganon and Gillenane sacrificed them in some kind of ritual.
That's right.
Creators. What about the rest of the village?
The ritual spread blight everywhere. The entire village was overrun.
The few who survived are controlled by blood magic. Their minds are gone.
Elgernon and Gillenane used them like puppets.
It's Medivh.
I dare say it was a show of force. They will not rest until you are on your knees, fearful, cowering, helpless in the face of such power.
Lady Morrigan?
'Tis simply Morrigan to you, Scout Harding. What a pleasure to see you again.
Rook, this is Morrigan, an old acquaintance. I thought she could help.
Morrigan helped the Inquisition when Varric and I were part of it. She knew more about
Yeah, I
ancient
was thinking the
magic
same
than
thing,
anyone,
guys.
Except Solus.
'Twas both pleasure and necessity to help then, as it is now.
Yep.
Stopping Elganon and Gillenane shall require many hands.
Wait, more? I'm glad for your help.
Then I look forward to your help.
How refreshing. Your cooperative nature is appreciated in return.
We're gonna simp for her
What can you
because
tell
she's
us
the
about,
hottest one so far.
all this?
As dangerous as Solus himself may be, his imprisonment of the gods was just. To leave them unchecked would have been the very end of Thedas.
That's not happening.
Not if we stop it first.
Ah, the confidence of youth. You shall need a good deal more of it.
I suppose you have some advice?
Set aside your notions of godhood and see them for the ancient, powerful mages they are. Standing against them shall require serious magic of your own. When you interrupted the Dreadwolf's ritual, did you happen across any of the tools he used?
Oh,
He
that
had a
was
dagger.
Baldy.
But it got lost in the chaos.
Then you would do well to find it. 'Tis better in your hands than those of the gods.
Is there anything else Solus might have had that could help us? We're in his, well, he calls it the lighthouse?
Ah, yes. The legendary sanctum of the Dreadwolf. 'Tis said his Illuvian, the Viravas, could travel to any other Illuvian of his choosing.
That's not how it works right now. It only goes to Arlethan.
I can take a look at it. Maybe fix it, even. I know Illuvians better than most.
Any help you can offer, we'd appreciate.
If Illuvians even work the same way, all the magic is different now. Our gods are back. Our gods! And they're killing people and blinding the
Shut
world. How
the
do we stand up
fuck
against
up! Shut up, bitch! Whatever it takes, shut up!
We don't have a choice here. We stand against the gods however we can. Because if we don't...
This bitch talk, shut the fuck
nobody else
up!
will. You get the Illuvian fixed at the lighthouse, we'll find the dagger. Let's figure out our next moves after that. Let's get to work. There's a lot of fight ahead of us.
Indeed. Prepare yourselves well and have a care in your choices. These are the times in which legends are born or slain. In this battle, I shall render whatever assistance I am able.
Right. Let's move.
Can I play the game now? I want to play the game. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, 900. 900! 900! Oh, shit! Yo, Catchy, thanks for the raid. What's up, boys? How y'all doing? Nope.
You can do this, Lace. It's gotta be done.
Wait, how'd I get here? Huh? Level 5? I'm level oh my god. Oh my god. Stagar. Take down. This is gonna be big dick. Medium armor. Charged attack. I don't even know how to do that. That's fucking crazy. A lot of these abilities are actually pretty good. I'm gonna turn into a tentacle monster. Oh, heroic leap. Two-handed wind-up. Okay, yeah, this is 100% what we're gonna go with.
Guys, I'm gonna go play some Morrowind. Take a short break here. Play a bit of Morrowind. It's a bit loud. What's our move? Disclaimer, I did play a little bit off stream. I got like a better wand. So this is +3 to Ray Skeleton, +1 Skeleton Mastery, +3 Bone Armor. So it's a pretty insane wand. And I can summon 8 skeletons now.
Need mana.
If I can find another potion. There we go. That's what I needed. Alright. Let's go to Act 2. Also, I opened the sewers, but I didn't go in. Well, I did go in, and then I thought I should probably do it on stream. So I headed back out. Oh, fuck. I forgot about those guys. She's pretty dangerous. Black Brow. Balance knives are worth a bit, right? Oh, fuck. Those things are dangerous. Like, if they all hit you at the same time, it's pretty scary. Wow. I can't get hit by those guys. Iru, nice. Magical belt. I should probably swap just because. Yeah. Just because there's an extra slot. How come I look? Oh, I can't wear this anymore. Requires strength 36. There we go.
I can't carry anymore.
Always want to check those out. One to corpse explosion. No, mine has 3 to raise skeleton. I'm not gonna replace that for a while. Minor health potion, get rid of that. Should start replacing some of my light healing potions. An experience shrine, maybe? Possibly. Refilling shrine.
Yes?
It is an honor to serve you.
grand charm of life. I need the Horagic Cube. You go hurry up and get it. I should just go get it. It's definitely not over here. It's down here somewhere for sure. Is there any loot back here? Sometimes there's a good chest. Nope. Portal Shrine. I don't need it, but I'll prevent it. Freedom to go home. Someone resurrecting the skeletons? They are.
I need mana.
Oh wait, is that Rakshasa? What was his name again? I forget. Radamant. That was Radamant. I didn't even realize. Oh. Yeah, watch out for those little beams of. Oh wait, those actually don't hurt me. Those kill everything around him. Yeah.
What a waste of undead flesh.
What a waste of undead flesh. Nice, Ragic Scroll. Look, he's making meat suits. Nice. Book of Skill. Right click to learn a skill of your choice. I should just like max out Race Skeleton. I know I should probably get like a Corpse Explosion soon. But I want to get as many skeletons as possible without having to get Skeleton Magi. Yeah, like right here, Corpse Explosion would be nice to have. Maybe if I back out a bit. Let them come to you.
They say that the taste... Greetings.
Ah, stay a while and listen.
$30 extra gold for monsters. These are better magic finds, so I'll just stick with what I have. Cold resist 4. It's better than the bronze small charm of blight. I don't need attack rating or poison damage over 3 seconds. Defense 9. That's just 1 extra. Let's just buy this. Okay, out we go. I remember there's some really dangerous scarabs out here. Maybe that's a nightmare, though. Maybe it's not, like, in this act. Or not in this difficulty. Nice. 9 skeletons. Ah, debated. Oh. least have a stamina potion drop. Zombie head. One to raise skeletal mage. This must be it. Dry Hills. Halls of the Dead. I need to go in there, don't I? Let's go find the Way Shrine waypoint first. I don't see it. Let's just go in. Well, actually, also isn't this where the Heretic Cube is? Ooh, experience shrine. Very nice. Magic chain gloves, are these any good? Poison length reduced. Defense 18 though. Bit more defense. Resist cold strike. That's what I needed in this place that has no cold damage. Oh shit, that could be bad. I almost blocked myself. Oh, there's traps on the ground, I forgot about that. Spike traps. If you stand too long there, you'll get spiked.
I am overburdened.
Retro Cube, finally.
You have. Good
You have
day.
quite a treasure in
It is
that
an honor to
Retro
serve you.
Cube. Cold Race is 9. That could be pretty good. Yeah, it's not like I need extra gold anyways. 1 mana after each kill. Look at these grape juice. These bottles of grape juice. That's so good. $15 to attack, 8 to life. You just sell that. I can fit it in there, I guess. Plus 8 to life. Not sure what else I'd do with it. Maybe I'm gonna find a better one. I'm just gonna put this in here because I can't really think of anything else to do with it. I can at least sell it, but that's just more money. Okay, we'll get back to sculpting now. Wait, actually I want to go get the dry... Oh, shoot, I should have gotten the Dry Hills waypoint first. Before going in. Ah, well. It'll be faster just to run back, I think. Well, actually, it might be faster to go through the dungeon. Have a long walk if I go that way. Yeah, it's faster to go through here. Ouch. Yeah, what's up? What do you mean? Oh, no, I just have to wait for something. No. Ah, okay. Superior health. Mine's nicer. It looks nicer too. Man, where is this shrine? Waypoint. I think I have to go down the cliffs here somewhere, right? Yeah. Or is it up here somewhere? I think that this one spawns kind of weird. It might be spawning down there. Yeah. Grand Charm. Here. Superior Smiths here. That is shit for me. Oh, here we go. Alright. Time to get back to work. Let's go sell this junk.
Good evening.
Good evening.
15 to maximum stamina. I do a lot of running around, but it's not worth the inventory space. All right.
I should have taken the shot.
That would have made things worse.
You don't know that. All you have are guesses.
We're up against something unfamiliar, working with more rumors than facts. Of course, that's all I have.
I should have taken the shot.
We need support. Yeah, bitch, chill out.
We shouldn't be at each other's throats.
Yeah, shut up.
I'm not. Nev, I'm not. I don't blame you, or Rook, or anyone.
So just yourself? How's that working out?
Tried to stop the world from being swallowed by chaos,
What a
and now it will be
bitch.
swallowed by chaos anyway. Elven gods escaped from their prison. Solus is in your head, and we're scrambling to figure out what to do. And Varric.
Varric knew the risks. He knew what it might cost.
He not
We're
dead.
still standing. The
No, act
fight's
like he
not
dead.
over.
You know, I like that about you, Lace. You don't stop fighting. You push for answers and action, while I can get stuck on questions forever.
Well, we need someone who can put the pieces of the puzzle together. We're fighting the unknown.
Exactly. Everyone has a part to play. Varric brought us together because of our strengths. He wanted a team he could rely on. We have to be that team.
Play to our strengths.
And rely on each other.
I think I can manage that.
Then let's find Solus's dagger. It'll be a start. Look.
There's magic lingering in this spot.
I think I've seen enough of Asmongold play this game.
Twitch, this is actually really smart of them. I found out why they unbanned me. So they didn't know how to solve the problem with like all of this like, you know, anti-Semitism and like, you know, racial hatred and, you know, like calls for genocide. Who would do something like that? And so they didn't know what to do. And so they unbanned me so I could solve the problem for them. And I did. Remember a few days ago whenever I said they needed to create a new category for everybody so that they are, what do you call it? They need to create a new category for everybody so that they're not like, basically like they're not showing ads next to like a travel stream and then the same ads are getting shown next to something else. Yeah, Dan's listening, right? Yeah, so they unbanned me so they could, you know, pretty much know what to do in the future. Very, very smart, epic gamer decision for Twitch. So Twitch will soon launch a content classification label for politics and sensitive social issues. Creators who create this content must label their streams. Viewers can hide this content. Advertisers can opt out of ads running on this type of content. So they literally took my idea. Like, to be honest with you, I didn't know that they could run ads against classifications. I thought they could only do it against categories because Amazon's ad system is garbage. But apparently it's not quite as garbage as I thought it was. And it looks like they're doing effectively my exact fucking plan. This is exactly what I wanted to see them do, and it looks like they're doing it. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, boys. How about that? Somebody, oh boy, a slider to hide the anti-Semitism instead of doing something about it. He says while he's on Twitter, oh yeah, let's ban everybody. I'm sorry, guys, but I've seen more Adolf enjoyers on Twitter than every other social media platform put together. So yeah, am I the secret CEO of Twitch? I'm the shadow CEO, I guess. So yeah, I mean, I don't know really what we're talking about with this, but and thanks, Musk. Well, it's freedom of speech. I support freedom of speech. I don't want to see anybody get banned, right? And so anyway, it looks like they're going to have these classifications. So I'm going to read you what Twitch has said themselves. We launched content classification labels last year to give you more control over the communities you build and give viewers more control over the content they watch. This is a lie. They are completely lying here. They created content classification labels so they could make sure that advertisers don't have their content shown by things that would make them leave. So that's the real reason why it was created. Today, we're creating a new CCL to label streams that include discussions or debates about politics or sensitive social issues so that viewers can decide whether they want to engage with this kind of content. This type of label is common across the industry and can help advertisers better align their ads with content that reflects their brand values. Now, what are these brand values? Brand values: virtue signaling about LGBT in countries where it's already accepted, having slave labor create cheap electronics, having people live inside of sweatshops.
Hey Rusty, how's it going? Are you bored of bare metal off topic yet? You've come here to say hi.
Where they're locked inside overnight with nets in between different stories so they don't kill themselves. Having things that put people's lives in danger, like lead in their products. So we want to make sure that this is a pro-lead, pro-sweatshop, pro-cobalt mine stream, okay? Because we want to make sure that we're getting all the advertisements from Samsung, Nike, Adidas, and Apple, right? So yes, absolutely, we are very, very pro-sweatshop, pro-third world, pseudo-slave labor. Big W. Hopefully we keep those ads. And so anyway, for more details which apply to politics and sensitive social issues, check out the content classification guidelines. I'll read that later. Doesn't really matter. So we'll go to the second one. And this is obviously the classifications, boring sexual themes, etc. So is this a good idea for Twitch to do? Well, of course it's a good idea. It was my idea. So obviously it was good. So yes, Twitch decided to do this. This is a very good way.
You're bored of drones raining from the sky.
It basically allows people to preserve their freedom of speech, while at the same time being able to, not necessarily put everybody else's accounts at risk for advertising revenue. So, you're welcome, Twitch. You're welcome. If you want to, pay me for this, I'm not going to stop you.
The war if it takes set in, huh?
Somebody says in chat, Kamala Harris is a terrorist. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Hope you're having a good day. Anyway, so let's go back over. We'll read a few more of these. They make a whole new rule to protect our bias values rather than just admit what's going on. Is fucking insane. Well, they didn't just make a whole new rule. They made a whole new post. Dan Clancy came out today, and he made a statement regarding the situation. So let's take a look at it. Politics and social issues. So let's see if I'm going to have to put this category on. Streams featuring former or current political officials if the content includes discussions with these individuals around public policies. Wow. So basically all politics.
This is why I don't stream on Twitch. It's just so weird.
That's really crazy.
The rules are kind of like all over the place.
Wow.
It doesn't seem like a very professional place to stream.
Civic processes or election-related disputes. Let's see here. Live streams of protests, rallies, or civil unrest related to civil rights issues or government policies. Discussing military conflicts, foreign policy decisions, or national security matters. Okay. Discussing ideological or socio-political views on topics like gender, race, sexuality, or religion. Discussing legislation related to sensitive social issues such as reproductive rights, that's abortions, LGBTQ rights, or immigration. So I think that this is the best solution that Twitch could do. Realistically, this is the best solution. I can't think of another solution that they could go with that wouldn't involve banning a bunch of people. Do you think this will introduce nudity to Twitch? No.
Will
no,
Project
probably
Nova
not.
have a
Again,
character
mute
do
spam for
push-ups for
another 5
using
years, sorry to
wrong
say.
pronouns?
But no, and again,
Project Nova, if you choose body type 1, every now and then it'll switch your character's body type to body type 2. You never know when it'll happen. Maybe you get up to go get a drink of water or take a piss or whatever, and then you come back and your character's body type 2. And you'll just have to deal with it. You never know when it'll change back.
whenever they do add nudity on Twitch, VTubers will still get banned for wearing bikinis. So I wouldn't get too excited. But yeah, of course that's going to happen to an extent. Isn't everything political to some degree? No, the only people that say that everything is political are people that are trying to muddy the waters so they can insert their own social politics into issues where they don't belong. Not everything is political. That's a ridiculous thing to say, and if you make such a level of an abstraction like that, you effectively paint with a broad brush that the terminology is irrelevant and you're creating a pointless conversation. So, no, I don't agree with that policy. I don't agree with that perspective. I know a lot of people have it. I think they're wrong. Anyway, so this is what the category is. Here we go. This is the big one. Twitch, 3 hours ago, came out with a statement condemning hate and harassment. You thought it wasn't going to happen. It turns out that Twitch is actually against hate and against harassment. We're going to take a look. How brave. I know. Stunning, brave. It's a shining example for all of us. Let's take a look at what they're saying. Dan Clancy tweets this out. I wanted to share a blog post on the Twitch blog. I want to make clear that Twitch stands firmly against hate and harassment of any form. You can read more about our commitment to safety and belonging to Twitch right here. So, boilerplate statement. Now, some people might not be familiar with the term boilerplate. If you work in any sort of a company that does any sort of contract law or does any sort of contracting at all, you'd know what this is. Like, boilerplate is ChatGPT from 10 years ago, basically, right? And so, yeah, copy-paste shit. That's basically where we're at. It's a meal at Golden Corral? No, if it was, then I would have already signed up for partner program. Anyway, hate and harassment have no place on Twitch. All right. Guys. We had a good run. We had fun. You know, these past couple of years have been great. But, as they say, all good things come to an end. This might just be my last stream. I'm sorry. Real bad. Yeah, let's kick it. Ooh! How about that? Okay, let's go ahead and read it. To the Twitch community, over the past few weeks, we've seen members of the community voice concerns about how we handle potentially harmful content. There is no place for Twitch for racism, hatred, or harassment of any kind, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia.
Like, with the thing with Twitch, they allow, basically nude women to go up there and twerk, but they don't allow, artistic nudity, which is what I did with the base meshes for the races. I can't talk right now. So it's just
so basically including
very weird.
Hassan and Asmongold. As our community has grown, we've endeavored to build community guidelines to prohibit these harms. And so anyway, Twitch is and always will be about belonging. Each day, people come together on our own servers to build communities around shared interests and express themselves authentically. For this to be possible, we work hard to ensure that our community is a safe space. So, I think, Well, let me finish it. Let me finish it. I don't want to go too far. Let's go ahead and let's finish it. Then we'll go from there. And so anyway, our community guidelines are foundational. And when we find content that breaks those rules, we take immediate enforcement action. This will always be the case. Millions of streamers with a wide variety of views and perspectives spend time on Twitch. We recognize that some content, while allowed on our service, may be objectionable to some members of our community. The views shared by streamers on Twitch are not the views of Twitch, nor are they my personal views. So he's basically saying, you know, suck a dick, cry a river, build a bridge, get the fuck over it. Some people aren't going to agree with you. Thank God. I fucking agree with that. I'll tell you so. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Yep. How can you be inclusive but build specific communities? Well, it was simple. We did it all the time back in the 60s. It was separate but equal. And so, you know, I probably should dial these down. You know, I probably really need to stop. I'm gonna get suspended again. I'm really, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna get banned again.
In trouble.
How many times can you get banned from Twitch? 3 times, right?
That was a good one, right? Anyway, so ready to chill.
Multiple times, I think. 3 times is like YouTube.
And what do you plan for your have planned for your next time off? Well, I want to, you know, I'm gonna replay Dragon Age, right? You know, I have to in order to get unbanned next time, I'll have to fully 100% a woke game, right? Whether it's you know, Dustborn or Dragon Age. Anyway, so we'll look at the rest of this. We're grateful for the feedback and input from our community. Our safety approach continues to build and evolve as our service grows. We want to ensure that everyone can find their place on Twitch and remain committed to ensuring that hate and harassment have no place here. Dan Clancy, Twitch CEO. So let's go ahead and read some of the responses to this. Now, I think that... now, this is my opinion. There is a good chance that Dan felt like he had to put this out because of advertisers. Personally, I think all this does is put gasoline on a fire. I think it's a bad call to make a statement like this because hate and harassment have no place on Twitch. Now you are creating a narrative where hate and harassment and Twitch are in the same sentence. You're the CEO, right? It's like pretty simple. You know, like one thing that that Trump does really well is that Trump never capitulates to any degree.
Can't you drink on Twitch? Wouldn't that be against Muslim beliefs?
Like Trump was like,
I think you can drink on Twitch actually, but it can't be like harmful amounts of drinking. Like if you're taking if you're doing like a drinking challenge, then that would be considered like harmful, and you can't do that. You see how specific the rules are? Like wait, what?
The ability to create a narrative, right? And so if you
it's just weird. They put their fingers in the pie too much.
Right? It's manipulation, exactly. Yeah, you got to respect the hustle, the gaslighting, whatever you want to call it. So whenever you put a statement out like this and you're saying these kinds of things, I think what ends up happening in a lot of cases.
They should just like take a more cold, corporate, hands-off approach when it comes to making a platform.
You know, you fucking, what's the word for it? You expand the influence of it, right? So yeah. Puerto Rican,
they don't need to explain themselves. They don't need to do anything. They're a platform first and foremost.
Puerto Ricans got offended by. Not really too big of a deal, but yeah, it was a popular topic 2 or 3 days ago. Nothing really to talk about today. So yeah. Anyway, Dan Clancy says I want to make it clear that Twitch stands.
YouTube does nothing. Like they don't say anything. They don't like interfere with anything. They're basically silent.
So this also ratioed him, of course. What a surprise.
Yeah.
Dan Saltman. Yeah, Dan has been really going hard about this, right?
What are you talking about?
So was the reason for ignoring thousands of people sharing Frogan's clip just over her ban. A day
Shirley's
later,
like,
for her to be banned for something unrelated. This is a very, very, very fair question. Why is it that Frogan, who wished that veterans got PTSD, why did she not?
I think people should self-moderate more. Don't like the guy, don't watch them. Yeah, exactly.
Because if you read Twitch's terms of service, veterans are an explicitly stated protected group of people that you can't say bad stuff about. So this is, again, this is a very, very fair question, a very fair criticism. This is the reason why I think it happens. I thought she did get banned. It's complicated. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, KCtron, of course, thank you for not being wavered by hateful misinformation spreading. Freaks trying to create a false narrative in the comments already. If they cared so much about hate speech, they wouldn't be fans of the people that they are already fans of. Thank you, KCtron. We'll put that comment in the garbage where it belongs. Anyway, let's look at what everybody else is saying. Will you please give an example how Twitch has stood firmly against hate? I've noticed your favorite streamer. This is Hassan. This is always about Hassan. If I didn't get banned, people would be spamming about me. This is just what's going to happen. It's selective enforcement. Exactly. And so people are unhappy about this. I don't want anybody to get banned. I've said this before. I'll say it again. I don't think anybody should get banned. But if you have these rules, you have to apply them evenly. And it is fair for people to call out Twitch that has made a habit. I think it is very obvious. Honestly, I know a lot of people don't like Hassan, so you guys might get mad with what I'm about to say. I do not even think Hassan is in the top 5 bad actors on Twitch for people that are saying things that should get them banned. I don't think that he's even in the top 5. Hard disagree? No. Now, he's the most popular. He is the most popular. However, like, for example, I'll give you one example. And, you know, we can go into this more, but I'll give you one example. The guy that paused the video, and then he was saying how people should kill Destiny, and extremely heavily implying it, and then saying that he didn't care if people that were like parents of slave owners, and then he implies that Destiny's parents were slave owners. Like, in my opinion, I think that's really, that was weird. That's super, like, that's worse, in my opinion, than anything that Hassan has said. That's my, because it's an immediate, explicit, like, call to violence towards an individual in real time. And like,
They're launching firecrackers here again.
If you don't agree with what Hassan's saying, that's fine. I'm just saying that there are people that are doing even worse stuff. That's all my point is. Denims put a bounty on you. Denims did not put a bounty on me. I rewatched the clip. That's actually not true, but it could have been interpreted that way. She said that she would up the bounty on Mark Kern from $20,000 to $30,000, which I also, by the way, think is way worse than anything Hassan said, because it is once again a call to action. And I think that that should be instantly fucking bannable. So yes. And so that's my point, okay? And something has to be done, right? And so both are bad, doesn't matter. That's fine. I don't want to go, I don't want to play the, I don't want to play the terrorism Olympics here, okay? We're not going to try to play the TOS Olympics. I'm just sharing my opinion and my viewpoint on it and where I stand on it personally and what I think is accurate. That's really all it comes down to. If you have a different tier list for terrorism, then you're entitled to that. That's just my opinion. Anyway, my point is that with a lot of these other people, they also didn't get banned. I think that Twitch is selectively enforcing things based off of different content creators whose values or identity aligns with things that Twitch is naturally more likely to take a degree of sympathy towards. That's what I think is actually happening. That's my opinion. That's why I think that's exactly what's happening. I think that some people are basically getting priority treatment because of that. So yeah. And personal opinion of employees. Yes, by Twitch you mean sponsors? No, I'm talking about Twitch employees making decisions or not making decisions. Like, for example, like a Twitch employee, like one of the leaks was that they called me a Dr. Disrespect apologist. That's insane. It's absolutely insane that somebody would even assert that that's a possibility. Why didn't platforms feel so politically biased 10 years ago? The reason why is because all of this happens because of advertisers. Do you think Twitch actually cares about racism? You used to be able to say the homophobic F word back on Twitch 10 years ago. You used to be able to say the N word probably 12 years ago on Twitch. So what's the difference? Why are people not able to say those words now? I'll tell you why. It's because of the advertisers. That's the reason why it's happening. It's all because of the advertisers. So yeah, then make a category for that. Oh, an N-word category? Yeah, that'd be a great idea. And anyway, call it kick. And so anyway, we'll go ahead. Can't say gay slurs anymore. No, it's really not as popular right now. And so Twitch doesn't really care about these issues, or they would have launched the platform with these issues being against the rules proactively. Twitch's enforcement, and this is the problem with Twitch's enforcement. All of Twitch's enforcement is it's reactionary. And what I mean by Twitch's enforcement being reactionary is that every single time that somebody gets banned or something bad happens, it's always as a result of negative feedback, negative press, negative criticism. Very rarely do people do something bad and then it doesn't get a lot of press and then they get banned for it. Very frequently, people do something that's problematic, it gets a lot of attention on social media, and then Twitch bans somebody over it. And what does that tell me? That tells me that their main priority with these things is not necessarily in terms of banning people based off of certain actions. It's banning people based off of certain responses. And again, that's just a very cynical, a very reactionary, and a very fundamentally unfair way of running a system, right? Twitch is never proactive, just like a lot of corporations. Yes, exactly. And so that's really where the criticism comes from. Anyway, we'll look at a few more of these here. Content classification label, hate and harassment. So almost every single one of these, Dan obviously responded to this again. This is, you know, the non-Twitch, the other Dan. I'm going to go 30% harder today than I normally was going to, just because of this statement. Fuck all of you anti-Semitic fucks with your nothing burger statements. Clancy steps down, non-negotiable. Why are TOS violating streamers? Not permaban.
Hey, chill, calm down.
No actions, to be honest. Son not banned. A lot of people are calling for Son to get banned. It's very, very popular. And so this is probably, I think this is going to get worse. And I think that unless Twitch felt like they had to make this statement based off of advertisers, all they did is they put gasoline on a fire. And I think that it will come back and have a negative effect on them. I think this was a bad strategic decision from Twitch to say this. And it will, all it does is it amplifies another platform that people can express their frustration with. So I'll go ahead and I'll read some comments about this, etc. They're making a new political category? Not exactly. They're making a new geez, I just put the words together. A political classification label, not a category. You created this. Yeah, it's kind of my bad. Like, I didn't really mean to do that, right? I mean, like, I was just kind of doing whatever. You know, like, I wasn't, I mean, you know, it's, you know, I wasn't going to try and do this. Play the video. It's just a video of Hassan saying things that are objectionable, right? It's not, I mean, like, we've seen them already. And so, yeah. And Dan Can't Stream just wants something to be mad about this. If he wasn't mad about this, he'd be mad about something else. That's nice, but, you know, like, why don't you just try to engage with the context of the argument? And so, anyway, that's really kind of the way that I see it. If you look at, for example, like, look at some of the LSF posts, Just Chatting 2.0, race tier lists are back on the menu, boys. Pools, hot tubs, beaches, and politics. They made a category for Hassan. Guess this is why no political streamers have been able to run ads for the past week. It was all telling different cover cope stories on why no ads play. I don't think that's. Were there other political streamers besides Hassan that weren't playing ads? Why is it zoomed in so much? I actually don't know. Yeah, who? They're all banned? Yeah, I feel like every other one got banned. Like, yeah, he's the only one. And so, I'm not sure. Control zoom out? No, I know that, but, like, we're just going through one and another. So, yeah, a lot of people are being critical of this, which is really of no surprise to anybody. Will people use it or just continue to be on just chatting? This person didn't read the comments. Advertisers probably don't want their ads playing next to streams promoting hate, common sense stuff. Yep, obviously. And so that's pretty much what's going to happen. What do you guys think about this? I'll read some comments from chat. Why do you think that Pokimane, Ray, Ludwig, and Moist Critical haven't spoken up about this issue? So like you're not really asking me that question. You're telling me, validate my opinion that there's some streamer LA cabal of people that are trying to defend Hassan. That's what you're asking me. That's what you're asking me, right? You know this, I know this, everybody knows this, of course, right? Okay. The truth is that a lot of them just don't like talking about like sensitive political issues. Remember last time, dude, Ludwig said that he didn't want to support, you know, publicly like Israel or Palestine, but he privately donated $10,000 and somehow he still got hate for it. If you're Ludwig, do you want to make a video about this? I fucking don't. Absolutely no. Like, yeah, he tried to play both sides, and when you're in the middle of the road, you get hit coming both ways. So yeah, no, how people found out, I don't know. Cracker Take, yeah, remember that one? And there it is. And also, by the way, that also wasn't a ban. That immediately was not a ban. That should have been, I'm sorry to say, that should have been a ban. It should have been an insta ban. It's that simple. Like, I'm going to be honest. I want you guys to understand this. And I'm not doing this because I'm biased. I'm doing it because I'm unbiased. Or at least I attempt to be. I don't like covering drama between people that I'm very close personally with. Because I think it distorts my perception of it. And sometimes I might know more about it than the public does, or I might have a different perspective on it based off of private information. And in the same way that a judge would recuse themselves from a trial, I like to recuse myself from covering topics and drama around people that I'm personally close with, right? So it's conflict of interest, right? And so I'll tell you, like, right now, that is also a big factor. If advertisers keep leaving, do you think Twitch will have to eventually shut down? No, I do not think Twitch will shut down. What I think Twitch will do is Twitch will continuously make half measures. So this is the problem, is that Twitch is in a very, very delicate situation. And let me explain what the delicate situation is. A lot of especially leftist political rhetoric is extremist, but the people that are talking about it and expressing that viewpoint do not believe that it is extremist. So the issue is that they don't want to categorize extremist language as extremist language, because in doing so, it makes the people that are using the extremist language, it aggroes them. That's kind of what happens. Lost in the sauce, exactly. And so they don't want to categorize it like that. They don't want to say that they want to be against extremism, because if they do that, what will end up happening is then they'll get all those people mad at them, right? No more half measures, exactly. So they will continuously, basically, it's the same thing as they do with like OnlyFans girls, right? Where they continuously like stop symptoms of the problem because they're afraid of approaching the disease. And I'm not saying that like leftist extremism is a disease, by the way, but what I'm saying is that that is the real fundamental place that a lot of this animosity comes from, which is true. It is true. It's the same as like OnlyFans girls. It is? Well, that's fine. That's your right to say that. I'm not going to ban people for that. It's whatever. But my point is that, can you guys see where my perspective is coming from here? Because there's a bit of nuance to this, and I just want to make sure we're communicating it in the right way. Yes, okay, right. And so that's pretty much what's happening. I think that advertisers, from Twitch's perspective, will hopefully stop leaving after this. And if enough advertisers stop leaving, then Twitch will effectively... Twitch basically is trying to do the minimum amount of effort in order to make this problem go away. Because the more that they moderate, the smaller that they make their audience. Like, for example, if they ban all of the political streamers, that's a large amount of viewers that aren't going to their platform. They don't want to do that. So in their perspective, if you look at this purely from a business, take ideology out of the picture, you look at this purely from a business perspective, you will see that, of course, they want to keep everybody on the platform because that's what's best for their business. So all they want to do is do the minimum requirement to where advertisers stop leaving, and then they can keep going. They want to ban as few people as possible. Maybe they just don't want to ban Hassan before the election. I don't know about that. I have no idea. But either way, that's really kind of what I'm saying. They're a corporation. They're explicitly a profit-making entity. So Amazon, and I want to also talk about this from the perspective of Amazon. Amazon will not drop Twitch. Amazon has a tremendous, incredible, massive value with Twitch, and they're not going to sell that out unless they abso-fucking-lutely have to. And the reason why is that if you look at live streaming market share, and you look at especially live streaming market share in the perspective of video games, Amazon has a market majority in that space. And that is a space that has had projected growth year over year. And the social media space is still growing, although it's not 20% every year, right after COVID, because COVID kind of accelerated that growth curve. Twitch has an incredible value Amazon has an incredible value with Twitch. How big is Amazon? 1.6 trillion, I think. It could be 1,560 billion. Let me see. It's gone up. It's gone up $300 billion. So, do you guys all remember, for a lot of the old guys that are, been watching Twitch for a long time, do you remember when Reckful made, like, the 10,000 category? So, like, let's just go ahead. We're going to do, and he, like, showed how small $10,000 is. I can't do it like that. But I'll do it like this. So, how small would a dot have to be? Because how much did Twitch buy Amazon? Sorry, how much did Amazon buy Twitch for? I think it was $1 or $2 billion. Now I would value Twitch at probably $3 to $5 billion. Maybe somewhere around there, right? Maybe $2 billion. Let's say it's $2 billion. So $2 billion, that means that it is 1/1000th of Amazon's size. You see it? It's nothing. It's just like, it's so infinitesimally small that Amazon's accounting and rounding errors pay for Twitch. And also, it's not that Amazon is losing $1 billion on Twitch. Twitch is making some money. It just might not be making a profitable amount of money. So then you take that, because like we're assuming a 100% net loss, right? Because it's a minus 1 billion. But let's assume that they're making back 70% of their revenue. Well, okay, so you're losing $300 million. Usually that's a lot of money. But whenever you're Amazon, it's, again, you take, this is, all right, let's go back. Let's say that they're making half the money back from Twitch. Okay. It's nothing. It's literally nothing. So, Mr. Beast tweet, I'll take a look at it right now. Yeah, it's nothing. So, I don't think that that they're going to get rid of it at all, and I think that would be a bad decision for them to do it. Okay, yeah, we're going to take a look at the Mr. Beast stuff in just a minute, but let me wrap this up, okay? My point is here that Amazon has such a massive first mover advantage in the live streaming market inside of Western audiences that that advantageous strategic market position is worth infinitely more than Twitch's value as a company. And Amazon being able to activate based off of that strategic position is worth like multiples of what Twitch is worth. So yeah, that's where I'm at, and I don't think that Amazon is going to sell Twitch at any time. I think if they did, I would be absolutely fucking shocked. Because, yeah, one AWS server farm makes more than Twitch. That's exactly right. And also, you want to talk about AWS server farms. AWS, 30% of Amazon revenue? Let me see here. Amazon, AWS. How much does Amazon make from AWS? Okay, or wait. 17%. 17 billion. Okay, 17. Okay, so 17%, not 30%. I overestimated. But yeah, it's still a lot, right? So AWS, look at this number, right? $143 billion. That's why Amazon isn't going to cut Kick off. So Amazon is actually, this is a really, really weird parallel. And I want you guys to think about this because it sounds so insane and so ridiculous. But when it's explained to you, it's going to be just as funny as it is to me. Amazon is probably happier that Kick exists than Twitch exists in terms of AWS. Because Amazon is probably giving some degree of discounted rate to Twitch, or at least they have to eat the difference that they have to make. Whereas Kick, they are selling AWS to Kick at a market value rate. So it doesn't matter what happens. They're making a huge amount of money, and the other one, they don't have to worry about the opportunity cost of Kick. It's a huge fucking difference. It's an outlier cost. I don't think you completely understand. I don't think you completely encompass the damage Twitch can do to Amazon. I don't think that you understand how little that matters. Nobody really gives a fuck. Really, like they don't. Like it doesn't really matter. It's like it's nothing. I get what you're saying, and you're saying that the PR from this is going to make Amazon look bad. Amazon will probably do nothing about this. They are such a massive, they're such a massive company. Twitch is so small compared to Amazon that it will not even move the needle. Twitch is not the Amazon. Yeah, I'm just being honest, right? And like, I'm just trying to look at the numbers and trying to like be accurate and fair about the numbers. I'm not trying to have my own opinion in this. This is just what I'm seeing, what I'm showing from where the numbers are at. That's it. It's not even a grain of sand. Exactly. So anyway, that's pretty much what's going on. Amazon is not going to drop Twitch. I really don't think that's going to happen. If it did, I would be massively fucking wrong. I don't expect it at all. So that's what I think. I'll read a few more comments and I want to move on. But why support something unprofitable? So you make up a really good point here. And so let me explain it because this is definitely a learning point for a lot of people not to understand, for a lot of people to understand. So there's a term that's used in business. It's called a loss leader. A loss leader is a product or a service that serves as a way to get people into your product ecosystem that doesn't necessarily make money by itself. So a lot of loss leaders, for example, in grocery stores are essential items like eggs, milk, bread, things like that. These things are priced at pretty much market value. And the reason why is because they're in the back of the store. Notice that, right? The loss leaders are in the back of the store. Because the reason why is because in the process of going from the back of the store to the back of the store, you see all of the different shirts, ice cream, cookies. Oh, wow. And now you're buying all of these things. So and this is the same reason why Kick can exist inside of the ecosystem of Stake, because you're looking at it from a smaller perspective than Amazon is looking at it. So if you look at the way that a lot of people, and I'm going like off into like a bunch of tangents with this, but I hope that everybody can see kind of like how all this fits together. If you look at like in terms of like tremendous, incredible, amazing wealth, we're talking about Amazon. We're talking about Steve Jobs. We're talking about J.D. Rockefeller. We're talking about Carnegie. We're talking about Vanderbilt. We're talking about Henry Ford. We're talking about, I think, also Tesla with Elon Musk to a lesser extent. Let me think, maybe a couple more of them. Those are, I've got 7, right? That's good enough. The key indicator when you are creating tremendous amounts of value is to have something that is referred to as vertical integration. That is where you control the entire process of how your product receives or is sent to its end user. Every one of those examples controlled and monopolized. I think Apple is the best example that we all know of. Obviously, you could look at like J.D. Rockefeller with like the way that he had pipes and like, you know, to avoid railroads, etc.
scars long have yearned for your tender caress to bind our fortunes. Damn what the stars own. Rend my heart open, then your love profess. A winding, weaving fate to which we both atone. You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted, stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. The wolf I will follow into the storm to find your heart, its passion displaced by our ever-growing, hardening into stone. Amidst the cold to hold you in a heated embrace. You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of raven locks and twisted, stormy, of violet eyes glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never have found? You flee, my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart,
Shit, Zebra crashed when I was gone.
Men are slowly giving up and nobody cares. That's not true. I gave up super fast. As soon as I realized I needed to have a job, I gave up. Yeah, 7 years old, I was like, I'm just not gonna make it, guys. Sorry.
Increasingly, more and more men are giving up. Giving up on relationships, careers, and society as a whole. Resentment is growing.
This is why my stream is getting popular, by the way.
Unemployment is becoming rampant.
Yeah.
And keeping your head above water seems almost impossible for many men today.
Yeah.
This is leading to more men than ever dropping out of society entirely. And it's not just that. Men are becoming infantilized, with terms like adulting now becoming normal.
3 stages of adulting for men.
It's clear that something ugly is happening that needs to be addressed. We live in such a strained, unnatural environment that is bound to start to wear on society. But men in particular are battling to keep up and are slowly giving up. Giving up on dreams, giving up on trying, and giving up on doing anything constructive. And for a large part, it's really not their fault, as this trend isn't just a personal struggle, but a societal issue that we must urgently address. So why is this happening? And why has it gotten so bad in 2024?
It's gonna keep getting worse, by the way. And here's another reason why it's getting worse, is that in like 1950, if you were a dumb guy, you could be like, all right, well, I don't really know what state I live in or how to spell my name, but I can put a bolt in a car and I own a house. That's a big fucking difference.
On the surface,
That's a huge
it's a long and
difference.
complicated story. Life has never been simple for any human, and objectively speaking, for men in the West today, it's never been better. We have all the technology we need, food delivered to your door with the tap of a finger, dating readily available to anyone with a simple swipe. Any products, items...
Well, it's not really readily available, right? I mean, because like if you're an ugly guy, you've got a really hard... it's hard for you to be able to meet anybody. I mean, I feel like that's definitely a factor. 100% a factor.
Or experiences that you want can be had with the tap of your phone. But over time, all of these comforts of life destroys the importance and necessity of struggle. Without any value placed on higher goals, where there just is no reason to care, means there's no reason...
Well, the reason why a lot of guys, I think, don't care is because they don't see a path to happiness and a path to success. Like, there's no longer the idea that you can work hard and you can be guaranteed success. And I think that that's really where people, like, you lose a lot of people. That's a massive factor.
For people to properly live or have the will to achieve greatness.
I think also, like, as a guy, it's probably, like, very demoralizing when you see opportunities for, like, I think it's ridiculous. Like, there's a lot of opportunities that are made, like, explicitly for women. And if you're a man, you just don't have access to that opportunity. There's very few things that are in that opposite direction. And I think that it's also more socially acceptable to be hostile and negative towards men. Because, like, men, and this is undeniable, that if you go back 50 years, men had a tremendous advantage in culture, right? Like, culture was built by and for men, and I think that culture has improved in a lot of ways to where women are given a lot of rights and privileges that they should have had all along. But I think that also what that comes with is that there comes with like a lingering sense of resentment, where it's like a 20-year-old guy now isn't responsible for some sort of like patriarchal advantage that his great-grandfather had. And so, like, you can't use the patriarchy as, like, a reason to, like, tell a guy that this is the reason why you're a loser. And I think that's what really makes a lot of guys mad, is that they're effectively, you're basically giving people original sin. You're saying, like, well, because your grandfather, your great-grandfather, you know, like, whenever he grew up, he had advantages. Now, you know, we're going to treat you badly and act like those advantages still exist. And there's like that lingering resentment and animosity that is culturally acceptable, I think, in a lot of cases. And you can just look at Twitter and you can see how culturally acceptable it is. Even look at mainstream media, or like look at, like, you know, daytime talk shows. That is extremely damaging to men's mental health. To be told that you constantly have all of these advantages and the world is handed to you whenever you exist in a world where opportunities categorically exclude you from existing.
Which is probably why 40% of young men aged 18 to 45 meet the criteria for depression, and 49% of 18 to 23-year-olds have had a thought of passing themselves in the past 2 weeks alone.
hard really to say if that's comparable. I think that probably those numbers went up for women as well, too. I think social media and the internet's brain rot for everybody. But, you know, I think that for guys, it also is bad. But, like, if you look at it from, like, I don't think this is a male-only problem. A lot of these issues are, like, meta-level society issues that affect men and women. Obviously, the way that you approach it for men is different. And, you know, men and women have unique struggles. But I think also this is something, you know, a rising tide floats all boats, or a rising tide floats all toasters in a bathtub. Anyway,
and we're
let's
seeing
keep
the
going.
symptoms of this problem everywhere. The sapping away of our vision and ambition permeates in all aspects of modern society today. Our culture, architecture, relationships, bodies, and minds. Past civilizations before us have always placed their emphasis on beauty, wisdom, and logic for all the population to see, with great town squares, bustling with art, life, and community. These things were placed above all else as the bedrock of their societies, laying out a code of honor and struggle in its people to achieve greatness. Comforts were shown in...
There is no more virtue that is assigned to critical thinking and logic. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, and I think that, like, anti-intellectualism isn't really something that's new in American culture, but I think it's become so pervasive in, like, widespread American and also Western culture that it's become extremely harmful. It's like an unironic, like, I think that we've become a little bit inferior to where we used to be. I do, absolutely. There is so much less of an emphasis, and, like, thinking for yourself gets you into so many fucking, like, you can trap yourself by thinking for yourself because you go outside of the box that you're supposed to exist in.
Art and culture, but as an aspiration for achieving something great, for following your mastery. But today our cities are mostly devoid of all of this character, and instead they're marked out by the most cost-efficient, bland, and sterile designs to facilitate a simpler, self-motivated purpose. It's why people flock all over the world to a handful of remaining cities that retain their centuries-old charm to feel and experience the character of bygone societies that were motivated by higher ideals. Ideals greater than our modern two-dimensional ways of thinking. With a prioritization of comfort, lust and opulence, and flashy materialism over individual excellence and greater community, we're now reeling in the aftermath.
I think it's that people have been divorced from being able to hope for anything better than what they already have. That's the real reason. Like, you see this all the time, like, because it's true that working hard will make you, like, working hard will increase the probability that you will be successful. But I think that, like, the reason why video games are so popular and so many young guys like video games is because video games provide a guarantee that if you grind and you work hard at something, you'll see a result. Whereas in real life, a lot of times that doesn't happen. I think that it's actually like, that's why young men are drawn to video games a lot. It's because they're an equal playing field in a way that nothing else in the world really provides them.
Still a generation of mandated mediocrity. And does this explain why men today seem to struggle more than ever while seemingly having more than ever? America in particular is not actually in a recession. In fact, on paper, the economy looks like the best it's been in a while. Unemployment has dropped, GDP is up. But what the people are actually experiencing is a completely different story. We can see this in a study by the University of Michigan on consumer sentiment, which gathers data based on how consumers feel about the current state of finances. In 2022, it dropped to an all-time low. Prices of our average daily needs like gas and food have increased in unbearable percentages. In contrast,
the problem is that while the GDP has gone up by a tremendous amount, this is, you know, I'm gonna have a Bernie Sanders moment here. Is that it's the 1% that is enjoying those privileges. And I think that a really good way to tell is that I remember looking up when, like, I first started, like, this is kind of like a weird thing to say, but, like, I remember somebody asked me, like, am I in the top 1% for, like, income earners? And I remember looking it up whenever my stream first got popular, and then I looked it up maybe last year, and the top 1% for income earners has gone up by, like, 30% in the last 5 years. So, like, the very, very wealthy are becoming increasingly more wealthy, and then the people in the middle are experiencing stagnation, and then the people who are poor are just basically like, I mean, who cares? Rich get richer. Yeah, exactly. COVID made the gap way worse. Yeah, and, like, there's obviously, like, very traditional, you know, like, economic indicators like a Gini index or something like that. But I think that also, like, we can just simply go to the grocery store And like, you know, I'm like going through old receipts when I'm cleaning my house, and I'm looking at like a 2011 receipt, and like I buy a meal and it's $5.80. There it is, right? It's right in front of you. Kind of like we're in the new Middle Ages. Oh yeah, no, we are advancing at light speed towards neo-feudalism. And it's already happening in abstract ways, such as DoorDash and things similar to that. Other types of delivery and service programs. That's the first step.
Salary increases do not match, putting a high strain on budgets.
Inflation is showing no...
And this will also become increasingly more powerful when the, again, you know, maybe a Hassan moment, Bernie Sanders moment, where the means of production are consolidated by a small handful of people, and AI allows that, that control to maintain itself. Because AI will consolidate the means of production among fewer people. It's a really huge problem, and I wish more people would see it from like a macroeconomic level, but I think that it's really disappointing to see everybody that's like everybody gets like really in the weeds about like identity politics and stuff. Because I feel like all of that, in my opinion, I think identity politics and the entire like all of the vitriol and animosity and discord that's created by identity politics, I think that it's done intentionally. This is a conspiracy, by the way. Might take another vacation for this. I think that it's done intentionally by elites and by the people who own mainstream media and by you know, the people who basically are in charge, in order to get people fighting with each other rather than fighting against the people that are oppressing them. I think it's no surprise that identity politics went up. Like, I mean, you can see, like, have you guys seen the charts of like the usage of the words like woke or usage of the words like intersectional or something like that? Like a lot of these, like, you know, new age identity politics vocabulary. I think it's no coincidence that vocabulary started ramping up massively right after Occupy Wall Street. I just think that's a really interesting coincidence. What are the odds?
Signs of slowing down as Americans pay over $1,000 a month more on the same essentials we were buying 3 years ago. Nothing's changed but price. The latest consumer price index for March showing basic necessities like our food, housing, and gas are all continuing to cripple Americans' wallets with higher prices.
I can't imagine food only being up by 2%.
Our wages are actually down against inflation since Biden took office. So not only are prices soaring, but, you know, our wages, at least if you measure hourly wages, are not keeping up at all.
Keeping your head above water has become the new normal instead of owning a home with a white picket fence.
My understanding is that 2/3 of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. I thought it was like 30%, and I found out it was in fact like double that. It's incredible.
Becoming richer.
That guy does look, you know who he looked like? You know in Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 1? Cramped?
And the poor are becoming poorer, with the middle class disintegrating completely. All the knowledge of the past of just going to college, getting a job, and buying a home immediately is just completely irrelevant for anyone working and living in 2024. Universities are...
It's not irrelevant. People, like, I have a lot of friends, like, I'm 34, and I have a lot of friends. The majority of my friends that are the same age as me make over $100,000 a year, and this is not counting people that stream. These are, like, long-time, real-life friends.
Skyrocketed in prices to absurd levels. The housing market is in a complete giant bubble. Everyone's sending out job applications more and more, all while using these automated testing systems, applying up to 100 jobs a day and still not getting anywhere. All the while major companies repeatedly tell us that they can't find any workers for their companies. And
because the job prospect is terrible and people hate the job. That's the reason why. It's really simple. And also, I'm not saying that, like, it's not true, like, people don't have problems. All I'm saying is that there are a lot of people who still do make the American dream happen, but it's harder to do, and the barrier to entry for it is a lot higher. And I think that because the barrier to entry has gotten so high, it's become it's not realistic. It's purely luck? No, it's not purely luck. That's not true. Like, I know a lot of people that I went to high school with that are losers. Well, they were losers because they were lazy and they fucked off in school and they were stupid. No, a lot of people are successful because they work hard. It's nepotism? No. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Not a single one of the people that I'm using as an example obtained their job through nepotism. Luck plays a factor with everything, but so does hard work.
Results of this are clear. People are drifting towards more unfulfilling jobs, or just not even having a job at all, while the rich buy up resources, real estate, and everything that used to be the cornerstones of the middle class, that is now just an investment hidden through an offshore bank account for some giant investment fund.
This is a crazy exploit. I'm surprised that they haven't patched this. Well, I guess not, because they are the ones that are probably writing the laws.
What they want to do is create a nation of renters. BlackRock coming in and giving them more money than the house is
You'll
worth.
own nothing and be happy.
How much more do they give them?
They can give them, 30% above.
Really?
Which is money.
And then they
it's
just lease those
BlackRock.
homes out.
And they lease them out. It's part of this idea that home ownership and automobile ownership and all of these things, these legacy systems that people want to get rid of. And they go, rent a house, use Uber, Lyft, whatever.
Yep.
You don't need to own. What does owning do for you? That's that famous article, you'll own nothing and be happy.
He said the thing.
And because of this, all saving plans for regular people are halted because living paycheck to paycheck means there just isn't enough for a savings plan. And whilst there is still some hope to dig your way out,
I was actually having a conversation with a friend of mine about this the other day. And he was talking to me like, we were talking about like investments and stuff. And he's like, yeah, like I want to invest, but I just don't really, I can't put aside a lot of money to do it. And it's like, it sucks because like you're basically on like the hamster wheel. And it's like, there's no light at the end of the tunnel. And I think that's why people just get off the wheel, get out of the tunnel, and then they go back into the basement and then they withdraw from society.
This does begin a damaged path. People end up working in a job that's not in their field, something that they hate to do every day, and eliminates the experience they need for the job in their field. And so
this is something that happens a lot, where I think that most people that go out to get jobs, people look for jobs that they don't completely hate, but primarily I think that people go to college to get a job that makes more money. Most people have their jobs for money first and passion second, if that's even a factor.
From the experience they are getting, it's just completely useless for getting back on track. In effect, their now entry-level position is further deviating them from becoming lawyers, psychologists, or whichever career path they studied for. And if the middle class is experiencing this, then the lower earners are feeling this even more. The jobs they once had a chance of landing now go to the middle class, while they get hit a bump lower, which is putting millions of people in dire straits. They face working twice as hard for minimum wage, juggling between jobs, partaking in the gig economy with absolutely no security, all with an extreme
This is the feudalism.
To keep up with daily expenses in a completely overpriced megacity. And the truth is, both middle and lower earners are now taking a huge hit to their egos. They feel disrespected through no fault of their own. There's no
well, it's because you live in a society that doesn't allow you to have self-respect. I think that this is one of the reasons why there's a lot of violence in America too. It's like a macro level problem, is that you basically, if you don't have, like, if you're not affluent to an extent, it's almost like you don't deserve respect in society.
Man wants to feel like a failure. They don't want to feel like they're not providing or on their destiny. Imagine putting in the hours and effort to get a degree and then having
like you can look at it like this, right? Like back when my dad was in high school, people would bring their shotguns to school, right? They would like leave them in the car. There weren't school shootings that were happening all the time. And I think that as the economy has gotten worse and as people have lost the sense of community and culture, and as people have stopped being able to rely on and look forward to a future that's like good, then I think that you have that nihilism set in. And that's why I think that that's one of the, again, school shootings, there's 50 reasons why they happen, but I think that's at least a couple of them.
to take a job that's not even within the field you studied for. Well, this is just regular life for most people nowadays. It's making men feel incredibly depressed and isolated. They watch all this stuff on social media, they see people flexing the Rolexes on their Instagram stories. Meanwhile, they're struggling to survive, living a life they absolutely hate. And when friends and family ask about it, they suffer the humiliation of explaining why they had to take what was available. Even though it isn't humiliating at all, and they're doing what they can to survive, it definitely takes a huge effect on their mental health.
I think that like the conspicuous nature of things like streaming, for example, and also OnlyFans is also really damaging for people's mental health because they see certain people that have opportunities and advantages that are sometimes unearned. Like, for example, like if you're born a hot girl and you're able to do OnlyFans, you have a huge advantage in life, right? Especially early on. And obviously, if you're doing that, you're making $100K a month. This is a massive advantage that a 21-year-old guy is going to not really have. He's not going to have that. And so I think that the conspicuous nature of wealth inequality on social media really fucks with people's mental health.
Especially as it wasn't that long ago, where it was actually normal to enter the workforce with a mentor who would show you the ropes and encourage you and push you to
it? Yeah, well, here's the funny thing. If that Hawk Tuah girl wasn't conventionally attractive, we wouldn't even know her name. That's the truth. Straight up.
Learn more. Starting at the bottom didn't seem so bad because there was an opportunity to grow and reap more rewards. But this imperative step is slowly slipping away. Companies of prestige have forgotten the generation with no experience. And for many companies, this is what they want. This is actually the ideal scenario, where they have people so desperate, so in need of experience, that they can treat their workers like absolute trash.
Well, because the reason why they're being treated like trash is because they're only 3 years away from being replaced by a robot. That's the reason why. It's because the job is effectively it's like an Amazon warehouse. You used to have to pick up a box and put it somewhere else. Like, of course they're not going to give a shit about you. Yeah.
In the 1980s, testosterone levels have dropped more than 50%, and yet we're told to ignore it. Why? Because there's a coordinated effort to suppress masculinity and turn men into something they were never meant to be. This decline is no accident. We're constantly exposed to harmful chemicals in our food and everyday products, bombarded with estrogenic chemicals from plastics, junk food, and sedentary lifestyles, which is why testosterone levels...
That's actually a really good point. It's weird because, so whenever I was on mandatory break, I was, exercising and, doing things physically, 4 to 6 hours a day, because I was cleaning up all the stuff in the house. I felt so much better. Straight up. I immediately felt way fucking better. It is fat Jake Paul, it is. But no, I did. And it was not even close.
Have been declining for decades, with a 17% drop among 60-year-olds in 2004 compared to 1987. Sperm count and strength in men are also decreasing exponentially, with a 32.5% decrease in mean sperm concentration in the last 50 years.
I think supplements can be good. I don't think that you should use supplements as a solution to problems without doing lab work first, personally. You should get your labs done and have lab work done before you start. I can have a doctor look at it and give you feedback. But after that, you want to take a supplement, that's totally fair. I think a lot of it is a lack of a bad diet and a lack of physical activity. I think that the human body is made to move. You're made to exist. You're made to live. And if you live a life that is a contrived, weird version of what an animal version of yourself would do, you think about it, right? And you look at our evolutionary period, right? This is, Cro-Magnon, this is 2024. Think about how much time period, what a tiny little fraction of evolution that we've really had, where the expectation was not that you were physically moving around all the time. Do you really think that evolution changes that fast? Absolutely not.
The cost of having a job also plays a part in stripping them of their dignity. Transport costs to their job, depending on the amount, could take a huge chunk of their salary, so that at the end of the day, they can only pay for rent or food and not both. A government grant could replace their salaries, and they earn more or less the same amount.
What's also helping to pay the bills is, as I said, the U.S. government, in particular, our disability programs for people who are unable to work. those programs seem to have morphed away from their original humane intention and now seem to provide an alternative income source to...
This is my dad's here. What's up? Okay. Yeah, be careful. I fell down the stairs the other day.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. No,
Well,
it's
they
okay.
make the steps, they're at the right proportion. to
Let
the
me get
rise.
this shit off the thing.
I forgot to give you this last night.
Oh,
couldn't
fuck.
fucking believe
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Look at that. We got the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. How about that? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Thank you
different
very much.
shapes.
Yeah. It's got the little, the ghosts and the jack-o'-lanterns and everything like that.
Yeah, and he was over last night, too.
Yeah, yeah. We watched Fury. That was really fucking good.
Yeah,
I
second
love that
half of it.
movie. Oh, my God. Yeah. I'm just watching a movie. So, like, why do you think that guys don't want to work anymore?
Same reason guys never did. I mean, most...
Well, like now, like guys are like way more depressed. They feel like they're like they don't have like a future or anything like that. Like, why do you think that is? Because like my dad's 77, right?
Well,
That's crazy.
I don't know.
Right?
That's
Yeah.
your fucking generation. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
For, I don't know, I guess my folks didn't want to make it easy on me.
Yeah.
I mean, I went to work. I had my first, I had a time clock when I was 11 years old.
Oh, right, the safe shop?
Fixing bike.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And then, I hustled money and had to take care of my brother and sister. Then I went to
Is
work.
that finding a lot of bikes?
Finding bikes and finding all kinds of shit.
Yeah, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
you find a lot of stuff at 2 o'clock in the morning.
It's crazy,
And,
yeah.
just lying around.
Yeah, it's something.
And so sometimes it's too much to haul home, so you'd have to get a wagon too.
Well, that's why you got the bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you get a wagon.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. The red one.
Yeah. Tie it behind the bike, drove it on home.
No, it's been a big thing. Like a lot of guys talk about it now because like it's like you have a lot of opportunities, but like you can't, like there aren't jobs where it's like you just put the fender onto a Ford, every day.
And plus, I mean, they just the way that when I was doing the process engineering.
Oh, with Jim. Yeah.
Yeah, with Jim. Oh yeah, it was a great job. The two Bobs.
Yeah, yeah.
And somebody or a couple of people lost their jobs because of that. And so, and then...
Well, that was your job.
But yeah, it was to make them lose their job.
Yeah.
And that's after I retired,
Yeah, yeah.
And they've just done away and then they took those people did work.
Uh-huh.
And so they put those jobs on somebody else.
Right.
So how many people you hear about that have got
Well, you were telling me about this with because you were thinking about getting a part-time job at just like 10 years ago, like at Home Depot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And now they got the guys doing the automatic stocking, and they can't, attend to the customers.
Yeah.
So the manager's always on their ass, and it's like the IRS.
Yeah.
You're supposed to process an ITIN request for in like 6 minutes.
We were to get a 3, you had to process 120 documents an hour.
Yeah. And some process engineer came in and figured
these are like W-2s or like 1040s, and it's like there's no way you can process 120 1040s in an hour without just like speed running it. Like if you actually read it. Yeah.
That's what Larry did. My buddy Larry.
Larry didn't give a fuck.
Larry
did not give a fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, he did give a fuck. They always were honest.
Yeah.
Oh, do 10 an hour, 8 an hour, or whatever the fuck it was, and so he cranked them out. He made that. However, he never found a fraud. Amazing, because out of the 20, when you got batches of 25, out of 25, I find at least 5.
Yeah.
With somebody's registered as Domingo Sanchez, and then you got somebody else Sanchez and somebody else Domingo, and they got this address, and you put it together.
It's like you know, I probably don't want to give away who it is, but like remember the two people that we know whose aunts, you know, would have kids.
Yeah,
that were,
exactly. That was another one.
Yeah, that was
all my children. It's all my children.
Yeah, my 11 kids.
I always have a kid under 15.
Yeah, wow, what a surprise!
Wow, what a surprise! And it's you know, it's that kind of shit. You're under the gun.
Yeah.
Who the fuck? So many people don't like their jobs. You know, I told you
people. Well, that's why people can't a lot of companies complain because they can't get anybody to get a job anymore.
Yeah, well, who the fuck wants to work there?
It sucks.
I mean, you're under the gun constantly. So some fuck up the road. I mean, you know, like that vice president, I told you about at Harcourt.
Yeah.
He in order to he quit. He left the company, and they separated for $1 million. And this was in like 1984 or 5 or something.
So
like
we're
that.
talking about like $7 million now, something like that.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
five.
probably, yeah, 5.
No, it's nuts,
Five,
yeah,
probably. And for a non-compete clause for a year.
Yep.
So basically, what he did was he took some of that money and he went around and visited all of his friends.
The consulting.
Schmoozed up, you know, and no, he couldn't do consulting.
Oh, it wasn't.
He just went and schmoozed. Made all of his business connections, and then whammo was making more money than ever. And you know, that's it. It all gets pushed up the line. So who the fuck wants to work for that?
Exactly.
And
yeah.
plus,
Meanwhile, you're getting paid like $18 an hour, and you're on call at 3 in the morning.
Well, you have you end up with a work week like my standard work week. When I went to work for Scotty's after the Army, it'd be 72 or something like that.
Yeah.
Was 52 hours on the clock.
Right.
And we always did overtime, so I was like 55 hours a week on the clock.
Right. That's nuts.
And,
Holy fuck.
Yeah. And I went to college besides that.
Yeah.
And I got drunked out of my ass every fucking night.
It's one of them. Yeah.
Got in fights. You know, that's when they went down. Was down the ABC lounge.
Yeah.
You know, I think I took you in there, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah. And I never saw your Uncle Gary look so small.
Oh yeah, right.
Oh man, he just shrunk up at the bar.
Yeah. Oh.
Buddy of mine, Big John, pulls out. I forget what he called the knife. And he starts
Didn't
talking.
he had a name for it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's like a woman's name?
Yeah, I think it was.
Right,
yes. But it might have been something like Bloodletter or something like some fucking name. And one day he ran out in front of the car when I was with your mom.
Yeah.
And he's like this huge guy.
Right, yeah.
And we were in the MG, so he could just about touch a windshield, you know.
Right.
And she says, "Holy shit, what's this?" You know, it was on Haynes Road, which is a pretty bad area. And I say, "Hey, John," He says, "Man, I haven't seen you for a long whole home week, you know."
Yeah, of course.
But but anyway, I used to work my ass off, but I was with my buddy Roy, who was my size. Yeah. We were both truck drivers, and we'd hump about 2 tons a day.
Yeah,
humping that shit back and forth to building supplies.
You're a truck driver?
Mostly to contractors.
Yeah.
Yeah, and delivering it. And there were no helpers. Yeah. There were no these fucking fancy hernia belts.
You know, like they have those Chinese workers have like exoskeletons now.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's
totally
crazy.
Cool. Yeah, like, I mean, boy, you know what the military must have.
Well, they have remember that movie Elysium?
Yeah, I know.
Exactly,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, and there's another one too with some gal that's in the
right.
Yeah, I forget that one. Yeah, I didn't watch it because it's fucking Supergirl again. And that's the other thing is we're just getting squashed.
Well, I was saying it's like every opportunity is for women. Like, it's like, oh, well, this is another way to get women. This is an opportunity for women. So, like, if you're a guy, it's like you're constantly, like, because, guys, like 100 years ago, 50 years ago, guys had a lot of advantages in life, right? I mean, for sure, right?
No, sure.
Well, of course. But, like, now, it's like if you're a 20-year-old guy, you've got a massive fucking disadvantage against a woman, right? And, like, I think it's evident by the, like, graduation rates for college.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
Colleges aim more at girls. It's a cooperative environment. It's like, It's like George Carlin's opposition of football and baseball.
Oh yeah.
Where baseball is a pastoral sport.
Yeah.
Football is a technological sport.
Of course.
And you run around to home, and so that's the way it is. That's academia was wonderful.
Yeah.
You got giant pay for sitting around and just hanging out, talking about shit you feel like talking about.
Yeah.
But it was I couldn't get with the program because they were all the time trashing businesses.
Right.
And the corporations are paying most of the shit.
Of course.
Why do you think they named the business school after the two business schools here?
Yeah, McCombs and McCoys. Yeah. Who the fuck are McComb and McCoy? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're the biggest car dealers.
Yeah, what a surprise.
I don't know what it is with fucking car dealers, but they're making the big bucks.
Well, cars are expensive.
And also, like I said with Roy,
yeah,
he was my buddy, and there was that,
the camaraderie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my boss was real good about building that up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like Tetone's dad was talking about staying in the army for the camaraderie.
Yeah.
And it was great. It's what's called, Comitatus.
Yeah.
Warrior band.
Uh-huh.
And I grew up in that. I mean, I had women that were my friends.
Yeah.
And I would go and talk with them, but and then there was two women I would go with. There was the ones I went out on dates with, and there were the ones that I went out and I screwed.
Yeah.
We
right.
fucked,
Mm-hmm.
And everything went great until I fucked up with your mom. But
yeah.
What can I say?
It's what it is.
Yeah. So I ended up cleaning the house for 20 years.
Well, the house is pretty clean now, right?
I didn't get a chance to look at it. I just came in the door and came upstairs.
Yeah. Well, take a look.
But the picture would look good. I mean, better.
Yeah. No,
better.
Well, we got to take that other stuff to Salvation Army, because like every box down there is spoken for in one way or another. Like it's going somewhere that's not in that room.
Well, Chad's back, and he's once worked and
the other one.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah.
He can work on the weekends.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, you lose all of that.
Yeah.
I read that 40. They did some kind of a poll. 40% of people who have jobs, jobs.
Yeah.
They want to be high influencers.
Oh yeah. Everybody.
Oh yeah.
Well, I was saying this, right? It's like it fucks with people's mental health whenever they see like, some idiot like me who's like making a bunch of money and I'm streaming, and then they're sitting there working at a job that they fucking hate. Yeah, absolutely, they're fucking mad. Like 100%. That's like that hurts people's mental health.
And actually, it seems to act as kind of a motivator. If there was more of an
ecosystem,
just more openings for, but people are inventing shit all the time.
They do.
They got these what do you call them, podcasts?
Well, you have like the problem now is like if you're on the internet, like you have the opportunity to make money in a way that like other people never had. But it also like it took out like that bottom 30% of like intelligence / education people. And it's like, what are you going to do with those people? And I think those are the ones that are getting like super disenfranchised, because like those like low end, like manual labor, like relatively high to low skill jobs that like you just get better at over 30 years that you get a pension for, they're just gone.
And for years, the whole thing was, if you want your children to get ahead, you send them to college. Make sure they go to college and get a degree, and then they'll get a great paying job and all. Well, now, I mean, and so to make sure everybody got a job and that the professors got paid and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And running the whole deal. They just were running the class.
Guys, I'm gonna end the stream here. It's been 6 hours. 6 hours of amazing fun times with Zeth. But that was stupid. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a short break here. I might be back on later. If not, I'll be back on tomorrow. So yeah, see you guys.